Hey guys, tonight we drift back into a world where even the simplest meal could determine your destiny. You probably won't survive this, not because it's dangerous, but because it's that painstakingly polite. Imagine trying to breathe in a room where even the sound of a butter knife could spark scandal. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, leave a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The story begins at dawn when the sky above Windsor still glows pale silver, and the first curls of steam begin to rise from the royal kitchen. You find yourself padding softly down a narrow corridor, your slippers whispering against stone floors polished by centuries of footsteps. There's no shouting, no clang of pans, just a kind of poised, humming silence, like the breath before a symphony begins. You reach a heavy oak door left slightly ajar, and through the crack you glimpse the Queen's breakfast table. It gleams like a frozen lake beneath the chandeliers. The air smells faintly of citrus peel, beeswax, and freshly ironed linen. A line of servants moves with the precision of clockwork, each performing a task so delicate that one misstep could send them spiraling into disgrace. You watch as one man, his cuffs starched so sharply they could cut glass, polishes a single spoon as though it were a relic. He turns it to catch the light, checks his reflection, then sets it down exactly parallel to the edge of the table, not an inch too near, not an inch too far. To you it seems absurd, but to him this is choreography. This is survival. A younger servant hurries forward with a folded cloth, but he hesitates mid-step. The butler catches the movement from across the room. One raised eyebrow, and the boy freezes, cheeks burning. You can almost feel the tension radiating from him, the knowledge that one misplaced step could mean years of quiet kitchen duty far from the Queen's golden tableware. And here's your first historical fact of the night. During the late Victorian era, royal servants were trained under what was called the Invisible Code. It wasn't written down, but every member of staff knew it by heart. The rules dictated everything: how many steps one took when carrying a tray, always 3, never 2 or 4. How deep one bowed before the monarch, exactly 45 degrees, and how long one waited before offering more tea, until she looked down, never before. Historians still argue whether this silent ballet was designed to maintain order, or simply to remind everyone who was watching whom. The light shifts across the table, glancing off polished silver domes that conceal the Queen's meal. You move closer, half expecting to see some mythical dish, but it's surprisingly modest. Soft-boiled eggs, toast triangles, and a small jar of Scottish marmalade, its glass sweating lightly in the morning air. Still, there's power here, power in restraint, power in precision. The table isn't just set, it's composed. You notice that each plate is exactly 2 inches from the edge. The napkins, embroidered with the royal cipher, are folded into what looks like tiny crowns. There's an aesthetic to it, a ritualized perfection that feels almost religious. You could call it obsessive, but perhaps obsession was the only language of royalty left untouched by politics. From the corridor behind you, a voice murmurs, "Check the salt." The tone is quiet but commanding. A maid hurries to the shakers, tips one gently, and a single crystal falls onto her palm. She studies it as though it were a diamond. You hear her whisper, "Too coarse." Another maid gasps. A footman disappears through a side door to fetch a finer grind, his shoes barely making a sound. You can't help but smile. It's breakfast, yet it feels like espionage. According to one fringe account in the archives of the royal household, the Queen once had her entire morning delayed because the pattern of toast marks on her bread resembled a frown. Some historians dismiss this as myth, but others point out that toast symbolism wasn't unheard of in the 19th century. Bakers and servants alike were known to interpret burns and cracks as omens of fortune or failure. Imagine being demoted because your breakfast looked sad. You shift your weight, the floor creaking slightly, heads turn instantly, every servant stops mid-motion. You freeze too, caught in their silence. Then, like a ripple through calm water, they resume, nothing said, but everything understood. On the far side of the room, the chief butler adjusts his cuffs and glances toward a tall clock. Its pendulum swings like a heartbeat. 5 minutes to 8. You feel the atmosphere tighten. Everything, from the placement of spoons to the angle of the napkin folds, must align perfectly before the Queen enters. Someone whispers, "She's awake." And suddenly the pace changes, not rushed, just heightened. Silver lids are lifted, steam curls upward like ghostly ribbons. The air fills with the scent of fresh tea, orange blossom, and poached eggs. You can almost taste the tension, the beauty, the absurd perfection of it all. And then nothing. Silence. You could hear the faintest scrape of porcelain miles away. She enters. You don't see her face, not fully, just the shimmer of morning light catching on pearls, the faint rustle of satin. Every servant lowers their eyes as if even glancing up could shatter the ritual. She glides to her seat, and in that single, graceful motion, the entire room seems to breathe again. You notice her hands, small, steady, precise, as she reaches for the silver teapot. The butler steps forward with mechanical grace, pouring the first stream of tea. You realize this is the true art of monarchy, the illusion of effortlessness. Behind every calm gesture lies a small army of people, ensuring that not a drop, not a sound, not a shadow falls out of place. The Queen stirs her tea once, clockwise. She does not clink the spoon. The silence remains intact, perfect. And you, still watching from the corner, can't help but marvel at it. The symphony of small gestures, the invisible code that holds a kingdom together before the first toast crumb even falls. Outside, the city is waking up to noise, to carriages and shouting vendors. But inside this gilded cocoon, breakfast is eternal. You lean back slightly, catching your reflection in a polished tray. For a second, you could almost mistake yourself for one of them, another figure in the dance of perfect mornings. It's a strange comfort, isn't it? To imagine a world where everything has its rule, its order, its rhythm, even breakfast. The Queen has not yet spoken, and yet the room vibrates with meaning. You can sense it, every movement, every breath, like a script written in silver and linen. The servants know this well. They're not just serving breakfast, they're performing an invisible ballet that no one ever applauds. You stand at the edge of it, feeling as if you've stepped behind the velvet curtain of some strange royal theatre. At first, you think they're gliding at random like leaves in a breeze, but then your eyes begin to adjust and you see the pattern, the figure 8 loops around the table, the mirrored gestures, the perfect spacing of 3 steps between each person. This isn't improvisation, it's memory. Generations of servants drilled into the same choreography until their bodies remember what their minds no longer need to think. You watch the footman nearest to the Queen's chair. His posture is impeccable, his face neutral, yet his hands tremble almost imperceptibly as he adjusts a toast rack. The metal gleams like a halo. The bread slices perfectly even, lean at identical angles. There's something mesmerizing about the symmetry, comforting, maybe even holy. A light joke floats through your mind. Imagine if your own breakfast were this complicated. You at home in pajamas, pouring cereal like a barbarian. The royal footman, meanwhile, would probably faint, if he saw you scoop peanut butter straight from the jar. Still, this strange ballet has its logic. The royal household believed in order before appetite. No one ate until every element was aligned. Even the air had to feel right. There's a story, half rumour, half whispered truth, that one morning the Queen refused to enter the dining room because the curtains were drawn at the wrong angle, to the sunlight. The butler responsible reportedly retired the next day to pursue quieter fields, and which likely means exile to a distant estate pantry. A faint clink draws your attention. A maid sets down a silver dish filled with sugared fruits. Her hand moves so slowly, so deliberately, that you almost expect time to stop altogether. She steps back, bows her head, and waits. Across the table, a tall servant, his name might be Charles, judging by the embroidered handkerchief peeking from his pocket, turns slightly toward her, his gaze flicking down to the sugar bowl. He's not looking at her directly. That would be against protocol. Instead, his expression says everything. You were a heartbeat too soon. No one else reacts, no one needs to. That's how discipline works here, quietly, invisibly, with the weight of centuries pressing down on every gesture. You wonder what it must feel like to live in such silence. To spend your life polishing, folding, pouring, never being seen, but always being watched. The air hums with unspoken tension. You can almost hear the heartbeat of the house, tick, glide, bow, retreat, and then soft footsteps on the far side of the room. The pastry maid arrives. She carries a plate of scones, so delicate they look like they might sigh if you breathed on them. She sets them near the Queen's right hand, precisely 3 inches from the marmalade jar, because that's where scones must live in the hierarchy of breakfast. You make a mental note. Scones are social climbers, toast the old nobility. She steps back, curtsies, and vanishes like smoke. You feel a sudden urge to sneeze, dust maybe, or nerves, but even your breath feels too loud for this place. You clamp your nose and glance at the nearest servant, half expecting judgment. Of course no one looks, but you can tell they know, they always know. Here's your historical fact of the section. By the late 1800s, the royal household employed over 200 servants dedicated just to morning routines, polishing, brewing, preparing, serving, even arranging the order of footsteps so that no sound echoed oddly off the marble floors. Historians still argue whether such excess was symbolic of monarchy's fragility or simply a natural consequence of perfection pursued too long. You lean forward to watch the head butler perform what can only be described as the pour. The pour is sacred, tea first, milk second, or the other way around, depending on which century's queen you serve. The butler knows both traditions, and legend says he can tell the monarch's mood by which he prefers that morning. He tilts the teapot. The stream arcs in a thin, steady ribbon of amber. No spill, no steam hiss, just silence. He glances barely toward her hand. She doesn't move. He hesitates, then pours again, this time slightly slower. Her fingertip taps once on the saucer, barely audible, but unmistakable. That's her signal. The pour is perfect. He steps back, bowing fractionally, and you swear you see the faintest ghost of pride flicker across his face. You wonder how long it takes to master something so small. 10 years? 20? One of the footmen once described his job in a private letter, later discovered in an auction box. We are the ghosts that make the Queen's world appear effortless. We live in her pauses. You think about that for a while, the idea of living inside someone's pauses. But something odd happens now. The butler hesitates near the sugar bowl, then steps aside. A younger servant rushes forward, almost tripping, but catches himself just in time. His hand reaches for the tongs, trembling, and he picks up a single sugar cube. He places it gently into the Queen's cup. There's a collective inhale across the room. because he forgot. Forgot the rule that only the head butler may sweeten the Queen's tea. No one moves. The young man's face drains of colour. The Queen doesn't look at him. She simply lifts her spoon, stirs twice, and sets it down. She takes a sip. The pause stretches thin as silk. And then, in the smallest, most merciful gesture imaginable, she places her cup down, perfectly calm, and says, "Quite right." The boy exhales, eyes glassy. The butler gives no sign, but you see the smallest twitch of relief ripple through the line of servants. That's the strange power of etiquette. It's as much about grace as it is about punishment. Sometimes forgiveness, too, is ritualized. You watch the Queen butter her toast, slowly, deliberately, spreading it all the way to the corners, no gaps. There's something hypnotic about it. It's both intimate and impossibly distant, like watching history breathe. And suddenly you realize this table, this ritual, isn't about food at all. It's about control. Control of the morning, control of appearance, control of chaos. The servants know it. The Queen knows it. Even you, standing there unseen, can feel it in your bones. Outside, a carriage wheel clatters faintly over cobblestone. The spell breaks. The Queen lifts her teacup once more. The ballet resumes. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolls for the next hour. But in this room, time stays still, tamed by etiquette, polished to perfection, and served with marmalade on porcelain. The scent of tea still hangs in the air, delicate, honeyed, and faintly floral. You can almost trace its path as it drifts through the stillness of the room. The Queen's spoon lies motionless on her saucer, glinting in the light like a signal that the next movement of this quiet ritual may begin. A faint whisper passes between two maids standing near the door. You catch only a fragment. 3 minutes? For the eggs? It's not a question, it's a command. Now the focus of the entire household shifts. All eyes, without truly looking, turn toward the silver domes that hide the boiled eggs. You realize, with the kind of creeping amusement only early morning absurdity can bring, that this may be the most nerve-wracking breakfast item in human history. The footman responsible for eggs, called the egg steward, apparently, steps forward. He moves with the care of a bomb technician. One false move, one crack too soon, and the entire illusion of perfection could crumble like overcooked yolk. He lifts the silver lid. Steam curls upward, carrying the faint aroma of salt water and porcelain. The Queen glances once, just once, and the servant understands. It's time. He places the first egg before her, upright in a porcelain cup embossed with gold leaves. You notice that the spoon beside it is smaller than the others, its handle slightly curved. Everything here has a purpose. Even the spoons are socially ranked. You lean in, curious, how hard can it be to eat an egg? Apparently, very. Here's your historical fact for tonight. During the late 19th century, it was considered a mark of refinement to open a soft-boiled egg without a single flake of shell landing on the tablecloth. Manuals of etiquette devoted entire paragraphs to the correct method. Never slice, never tear, never scrape. You must tap 3 times, evenly spaced, then lift the top cleanly, as though unveiling a secret. The Queen performs the ritual perfectly. 3 gentle taps, a soft crack, a twist, and the crown of shell comes away intact. You half expect applause, but the story doesn't end there. According to one particularly dramatic anecdote preserved in a servant's diary, a footman once tapped an egg too loudly and startled the Queen's spaniel. The dog barked, the Queen frowned, and the footman, bless him, dropped the egg in panic. It rolled off the table, landed with a tragic splat, and was immediately covered by a napkin before anyone dared breathe again. By the next morning, the man had been reassigned to greenhouse duty for disturbing the royal digestion. You can't help but chuckle softly to yourself. It's absurd, and yet it's all real. The Queen's knife glides gently into motion again, spreading butter over toast with mechanical grace. The egg steward, his duty complete, steps backward and vanishes like a magician's assistant. For a moment, there's peace. Then one of the younger maids twitches ever so slightly. You see her glance toward the salt cellar, hesitation blooming in her eyes. She's made a mistake. She's forgotten that the Queen's egg must be salted by another hand, the senior maid of table service. It's a small detail, but in this world, small details are everything. The senior maid catches her movement too late. Their eyes meet, horror mirrored between them. But before either can act, the Queen reaches for the salt herself, an act so unexpected that time seems to stop again. A single sprinkle, a few grains dancing down, then the faintest smile touches her lips. "Delightful," she murmurs. "It's so quiet you almost miss it." But you see the servants exhale in collective relief, like a choir released from a long-held note. And then, there it is again, the faint shimmer of humanity that slips through the cracks of etiquette. The Queen isn't cruel, you realize. She's just bound, as much a prisoner of ritual as those who serve her. You watch her sip again from the delicate porcelain cup, and your eyes drift toward the wall clock. The second hand moves slowly, deliberately, like the tick of an old heart, still beating for tradition. Somewhere outside, sunlight filters through stained glass, scattering a mosaic of color across the tablecloth. It lands on her teacup, pink, gold, pale blue. For a moment, even the rules seem to soften. It's strange, isn't it? How ceremony can make something as mundane as breakfast feel eternal. You think about your own mornings, coffee in a chipped mug, phone in hand, crumbs on the keyboard. Somehow, this seems like an entirely different species of existence. And yet you can't help but wonder, what's the cost of all this perfection? Historians still argue whether the Queen's obsession with breakfast decorum came from genuine taste or from anxiety, an inherited nervousness about control. Some claim she viewed the table as a stage where order could be maintained, even as politics unraveled outside. Others say it was comfort, the only hour of the day she could claim for herself, untouched by ministers, letters, or treaties. A breeze slips in through the open window. The flame of a nearby candle wavers, and one of the servants moves quickly to shield it with a hand. You watch, half entranced, as the small gesture ripples through the others. Tiny corrections, tiny alignments. It's like watching a living organism made of people and rules. You reach out, tracing a finger along the edge of a plate, feeling the faint warmth of porcelain. You imagine how many breakfasts have come and gone here, how many generations have repeated the same gestures in silence, believing that manners could hold back time itself. There's a fringe rumor that one of the early queens believed breakfast etiquette could ward off death, that so long as the table remained in order, fate itself would hesitate to enter the room. It's nonsense, of course, or maybe it isn't. Rituals, after all, have always been humanity's attempt to negotiate with the chaos outside the door. You watch as the Queen dabs her mouth with a napkin. The butler steps forward with uncanny timing, retrieving her plate before she even glances up. The ballet resumes, plates vanish, cups reappear, steam rises again. It's mesmerizing and faintly tragic, because beneath all the precision and control there's a heartbeat of longing, a desire to be ordinary, to eat an egg without ceremony, to spill a little tea without it becoming history. But that's the paradox of power. Once you hold it, you can never again do anything carelessly. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the soft clinks and murmurs lull you. The table hums with quiet dignity, but beneath it, you feel the thrum of something else, something fragile and human, pulsing just below the silver surface. It's only breakfast, and yet somehow it's everything. The air in the dining room is soft now, layered with the scent of butter and honey, fading warmth from the boiled eggs, and the faint, metallic whisper of silverware. You stand still, watching a servant glide past with a fresh dish, her steps so quiet you wonder if her shoes even touch the ground. She carries a tray of butter curls, yes, curls, perfectly rolled, golden and identical, like tiny crowns of sunlight arranged on chilled porcelain. You almost laugh quietly, because who knew butter could have geometry? The Queen glances once toward the dish. That's enough. The butler nods, and the tray is lowered gently onto the table. Every servant knows the unspoken rule. Butter must never arrive cold enough to resist the knife, nor warm enough to lose its curl. Temperature, texture, placement, everything is coded. You lean forward a little, caught in the choreography of motion around her. It's like watching bees around a flower, each knowing its precise orbit. A slender maid moves to the table's edge, adjusting a dish of jams. Her hand wavers slightly, so slightly, and yet you can sense her dread. Butter placement, it turns out, has its own etiquette. To the left of toast, never right. Unless it's a Sunday. Then it shifts exactly 1 inch closer to the marmalade jar because Sunday. And now you begin to understand why every breakfast here feels like a high-stakes game of chess, played with porcelain and nerves. A quiet scrape breaks the trance, the Queen's knife gliding across the butter. You can almost hear it whisper. The blade glints, slides, pauses. She spreads the butter evenly, reaching every corner of her toast with surgical precision. Not too thick, not too thin. A perfect film of golden gloss. Your historical fact for this section comes from a surprising source, Queen Victoria's breakfast menus. Each morning, the royal chefs prepared between 8 and 12 possible items, but the portion for the Queen herself was famously modest. What mattered wasn't abundance, it was harmony. Order on the plate, her chamberlain once wrote, reflects order in the realm. It sounds poetic, but you suspect it also made everyone in the palace quietly terrified of toast. You remember reading somewhere that one of the Queen's grandmothers, perhaps Charlotte, had a brief moral crisis about butter knives. Apparently, she found them too suggestive of gluttony and briefly banned them from her table, forcing courtiers to use the edges of their spoons instead. It didn't last long. Several guests left breakfast with buttered sleeves, and the experiment was discreetly abandoned. Historians still argue whether she meant it as a spiritual statement or simply wanted to watch everyone squirm. The maid with the jam spoons pauses again. This time, she looks toward the butler, waiting for his cue. He tilts his head the slightest fraction, permission granted. She moves forward, placing a small silver spoon beside each jar. Strawberry first, then apricot, then blackcurrant. The order never changes. To alter it, an old royal guide once warned, is to invert the sun itself. You grin a little. That's what happens when breakfast becomes religion. The Queen selects the strawberry jam. Its surface gleams like a ruby under morning light. She dips the spoon, spreads a thin layer atop her buttered toast, and takes a measured bite. It's quiet. Still. You can hear a soft sigh of relief move through the servants like wind through tall grass. There's something fascinating in that silence, the unspoken understanding that everything has gone right. No tragedy today, no burnt toast or misaligned napkins to send the household into discreet panic. Just the calm rhythm of order, maintained one butter curl at a time. You lean your elbows against the wall, though you'd probably be executed for that if anyone noticed. You can't help wondering how they remember all this. The angles, the temperatures, the timing. How do you live with such rules echoing in your head every day? One of the footmen moves to refill the tea. His arm trembles faintly from holding the heavy pot, but his timing is flawless. The stream lands exactly where it should, center of the cup, 1 inch below the rim. And then something peculiar happens. The Queen pauses mid-bite, her gaze flicking to the butter tray. It's almost imperceptible, but you see it. She narrows her eyes slightly as though something has caught her attention. Then she looks down again and continues eating. The butler, however, has seen it too. He moves like a shadow toward the tray, bends low, and whispers to the maid nearest him. She nods, pale as parchment. Within seconds, the butter dish is lifted away and replaced with another, seemingly identical one. The transition is seamless, almost invisible. You stare, wondering what could possibly have been wrong. The curls, the dish, the temperature. It isn't until the maid passes near you that you catch a glimpse of the offending butter. One curl, just one, had flattened slightly at its edge, melted, imperfect. It's absurd. But in this world, absurdity is the gravity that holds everything in orbit. And yet, strangely, it's not cold. There's no anger, no shouting, no punishment, just a quiet understanding that perfection is expected and pursued, no matter how futile the chase. You find yourself wondering if the Queen even notices, or if she's simply bound by the same invisible laws. After all, even she can't escape the theatre she commands. You shift your attention to the window. Outside, the light has changed. The fog that once blanketed the palace grounds begins to lift, revealing manicured gardens and motionless fountains. The world is waking up, chaotic and loud. But here, inside this gilded cocoon, time hasn't moved. You take a breath, tasting faint traces of butter and citrus in the air. This is what power looks like when it's quiet. Not speeches or swords, but butter geometry, jam hierarchy, and the gentle tyranny of breakfast. One of the kitchen boys once wrote in a note found decades later behind a pantry shelf, "To serve breakfast to the Queen is to touch the world and never be seen." You think about that now, the invisible hands that made the impossible seem effortless. The Queen finishes her toast, dabs her mouth again with that impossibly crisp napkin, and looks up. The head butler steps forward, waiting for her next signal. A pause, then a small nod. The next course begins. You barely notice the transition at first. It happens like everything else in this world, quietly, invisibly, with a kind of reverence that borders on superstition. The plates vanish, the crumbs disappear, and new trays glide into their place, as though breakfast itself has decided to evolve before your eyes. This time it's eggs again, but different ones. Not the soft-boiled kind that trembled in their porcelain thrones. These are poached, gleaming white, each balanced perfectly on toasted rounds. Around the edges, a faint ring of golden sauce glows like sunrise. You smell butter again, but richer this time, warm, silky, almost decadent. The scent carries something faintly citrusy. Lemon, perhaps? Hollandaise. You don't realize you're holding your breath until one of the kitchen maids passes, carrying a small copper pan, still steaming from the stove. "This is the sauce," you hear her whisper to another maid, as though invoking a holy relic. "Don't let it split." You want to laugh, but part of you understands. In this palace, even eggs can make or break a reputation. The Queen lifts her fork, a delicate, almost hesitant motion, and tests the yolk. A tiny press, and it gives way, oozing golden richness that spills just enough to touch the bread, but not a single inch farther. The silence deepens as she takes the first bite. It's absurd, you think, that an entire room's mood can hinge on one woman's poached egg, but somehow it does. Here's your historical fact of the morning, Queen Victoria reportedly preferred her eggs served exactly 4.5 minutes after being placed in boiling water. The kitchen had to synchronize with the butlers upstairs so that the eggs arrived precisely 20 seconds before she entered the room. Historians still argue whether this precision was her personal quirk or a practical necessity born of an enormous staff terrified to improvise. You wonder how many eggs died in the name of punctuality. The butler takes a half-step forward, gauging her reaction with all the caution of a man facing an unexploded cannon. She takes a second bite, chews, swallows. Then at last, the nod. The servants collectively relax, though no one moves. Across the room, you spot an older maid arranging butter knives back into a velvet-lined drawer. You notice something odd. Each knife lies at a perfect angle, its blade pointing north. You'd assumed it was superstition, but apparently it's more complicated. "The knives," the maid murmurs to a younger helper, "must face sunrise always." You tilt your head. Sunrise? North? Neither seems quite right, but the explanation never comes. Instead, the maid adds, "It's for luck, or manners. No one remembers which." And that, you realize, might be the essence of royal etiquette, rules repeated long after anyone recalls why. It's both comforting and tragic, like following ghost footprints across marble floors. You glance toward the Queen again. Her focus is absolute. Every motion of her hand, every sip of tea, every tilt of her wrist feels deliberate, rehearsed. Yet there's something serene about it, like she's found peace inside the discipline. You wonder if that's possible. To find calm not in freedom, but in control. You catch yourself staring too long. The head butler's gaze flickers toward you, sharp, knowing, almost amused. Does he see you? Impossible. You're a ghost in this story. But somehow it feels as though he knows you're watching and approves. The Queen dabs her lips again. The napkin folds in on itself like origami, crisp and deliberate. Another dish appears, thin slices of ham, pink and perfect, served beneath a silver dome so polished you could check your hair in it. The smell mingles with the faint tang of mustard and honey. You remember that butter geometry joke from earlier, and you smile to yourself. But there's a deeper layer to it now, a rhythm to this morning that feels both ridiculous and divine. One of the kitchen boys trips slightly near the doorway, the tray wobbling in his hands. Instantly, every servant in the room freezes. The sound of a spoon clinking echoes too loud, too clear, but the tray doesn't fall. Somehow, miraculously, he steadies it. A few breaths later, the performance resumes as if nothing happened. You let out a sigh of relief you didn't realize you were holding. There's an old anecdote from the 1880s about a visiting duchess who once attempted to joke about the stiffness of royal breakfast etiquette. The Queen, without missing a beat, replied, "Madam, stiffness keeps the world upright." The story's authenticity is debated, of course. Historians still argue whether she actually said it or if it was just another tale polished by gossip. But either way, the line fits perfectly. You look around the table again, studying the details. The silver gleams like a mirror. The tea, now refilled, steams softly. The butter curls have been replaced once more, though no one saw it happen. The napkins remain folded in perfect triangles, edges aligned, as if measured by compass. Every detail feels like a sermon on order. And yet, beneath the calm, you feel a hum of exhaustion. There's no joy in the perfection, just duty, repeated so many times it has become almost invisible. You imagine one of the maids, years from now, sitting by a quiet hearth, remembering these mornings not with awe, but with a kind of gentle fatigue. "We were never allowed to breathe wrong," she might say. "But it was beautiful, wasn't it?" You blink, and the thought passes. Back at the table, the Queen reaches for the salt again. this time unassisted. She sprinkles a light dust over her egg and takes another bite. You can't tell whether it's rebellion or simple preference. Either way, she's broken her own rule and no one dares react. For the first time, you sense something like warmth spreading across the room. The kind that comes when fear loosens its grip, even for a heartbeat. A carriage wheel creaks somewhere beyond the window. The Queen's Spaniel stirs from beneath the table, stretching luxuriously, unaware of the social order above its furry head. You smile again. The dog is probably the only creature here that eats freely. The butler catches your eye, or maybe just looks your way, and gives the faintest nod, like a secret shared between conspirators. You take it as permission to breathe again, and as you exhale, you realize something soft and profound. Even in a palace ruled by perfection, there's beauty in the small moments of imperfection. The trembling hand, the crooked buttercurl, the Queen's quiet decision to salt her own egg. Because that's the heart of this breakfast table, not control, but the fragile human attempt to keep order in a world that always threatens to spill. The Queen's cup is nearly empty now. A thin wisp of steam still rises from the rim, curling in the sunlight like a ghost reluctant to leave. Somewhere deep within the palace, a distant bell rings, soft, measured, a reminder that time has its own etiquette too. And yet, no one in the room moves. You watch them hold their breath again, the invisible orchestra frozen mid-note, as the butler glances toward the Queen's teacup. The ritual is coming. The question that has divided drawing rooms, destroyed friendships, and fueled centuries of whispered debate. Milk before or after the tea? The eternal war of porcelain and pride. It's a small question with a colossal history. You can feel the tension ripple through the air as the butler's gloved hand hovers above the jug of milk. Even the flame of the nearest candle seems to hesitate. The Queen, without looking up, reaches first for her spoon. She stirs once, twice, then sets it aside. Only then does she extend her hand, not toward the milk, but toward the cup itself. The butler freezes. It means milk after. A silent exhale flows through the staff. The milk jug remains on the tray, unpoured. The Queen, apparently, has chosen her side for today. Here's your historical fact. The milk before or after debate began in the 17th century and never truly ended. Some claimed that pouring milk first prevented delicate porcelain from cracking under heat. Others insisted that true refinement required adding it last to judge the tea's colour and strength like a connoisseur. Historians still argue whether the custom was about chemistry or class. In truth, it was both, and you can almost imagine those long-dead lords and ladies standing in their finery, passionately defending their pouring order, as though civilization itself depended on it. And perhaps, in a way, it did. Because the Queen's breakfast table isn't just a meal, it's a language of symbols, an unspoken conversation between power and poise. Every choice, every stir, every pour whispers something about the balance between tradition and rebellion. You wonder for a moment what side you'd choose. You suspect you'd just pour milk straight from the carton and call it a day, which here would probably qualify as treason. A maid leans in slightly to remove the Queen's empty cup, her hand trembling like a leaf. The butler's gaze sharpens. One small mistake could mean demotion to dusting chandeliers for the next decade. But the maid's timing is perfect. She lifts the cup, steps back, and vanishes like mist. For a second, all is still. Then a faint murmur reaches your ear. Two older servants whispering near the doorway. You catch fragments. The Duchess of Wessex once poured before, in Paris, Scandalous. Scandalous, yes, because even the tiniest gesture at this table carries the weight of reputation. You find it almost comical, but also strangely moving. How much of life, you wonder, depends on the order in which we do things. The next course arrives quietly, fresh fruit, arranged in perfect concentric circles on silver platters. Strawberries glisten under a light dusting of sugar. Small bunches of grapes cascade like jeweled waterfalls. There's a geometry to it, almost mathematical. Each fruit in its rightful place, none daring to roll astray. The Queen glances at the dish, then at the butler. No words pass, but somehow he knows she wants strawberries first. He selects the ripest one, polishes it with a folded napkin, and sets it delicately on her plate. You're beginning to sense the rhythm now. It's not that she commands and others obey. It's more like a dance of anticipation, everyone reading the same invisible sheet of music. Your attention drifts toward the far side of the room, where a footman carries a bowl of cream. You can tell from his cautious pace that this part of the ritual terrifies him. The cream must be thick enough to cling to the fruit, but light enough to pour smoothly. Too much, and you've drowned the dish. Too little, and you've disrespected it. He pours slowly. The stream curves in mid-air, glistening ivory against the red of the strawberries. Not a drop hits the rim. The Queen nods once. Applause ripples silently across every heart in the room. Here's your fringe tidbit, the milk debate, even extended to fruit. Some Victorians believed cream poured before fruit showed humility, while cream poured after signalled arrogance, an invisible hierarchy hidden in dessert. There were even pamphlets printed about it, like tiny edible manifestos. You chuckle under your breath. Imagine arguing about dairy dominance before breakfast. But the more you watch, the more you realize this isn't about absurdity at all. It's about control again, about having a world where everything, even chaos, can be disciplined into civility. You remember that time, just an hour ago, when the maid replaced the imperfect butter curls? That moment wasn't just anxiety, it was reverence. Reverence for order, for symmetry, for a fragile sense of rightness in a world built on imbalance. Outside the window, the sun has lifted higher now. The light stretches across the silverware, scattering rainbows into the folds of the napkins. Dust motes drift lazily in the glow, suspended like tiny dancers in honey. The Queen takes a slow bite of fruit. The fork glints, rises, falls. Every motion deliberate, graceful, practiced. And then she laughs. Just once, softly. It's so out of place, so unexpected, that the servants nearly flinch. The butler blinks twice, uncertain whether to smile or apologize to the air itself. But the Queen keeps smiling, quietly. The laughter fades into a sigh, gentle, human, real. You don't know why she laughed. Maybe she remembered something, some private joke, or an image from long ago, perhaps the absurdity of all this ceremony. But whatever it was, it lingers in the air like perfume. It's strange how fragile perfection can be, how easily joy slips through its seams. You realize that's what keeps you watching, not the rules, but the cracks in them. The moments when humanity sneaks back in. The Queen finishes her fruit and sets down her fork. The butler steps forward to clear the plate, his shoes whispering over the rug. A maid follows, bearing a cloth to smooth the table, though not a single crumb remains. The milk jug is removed last, handled as delicately as a relic. The debate is over for today, the question settled, if only until tomorrow's breakfast. As they depart, the butler murmurs something you barely hear. Milk after, peace reigns. And you can't help but grin. Because in the kingdom of breakfast, peace is always temporary. The laughter fades like ripples disappearing on a still pond. The Queen has resumed her usual calm, her fingers resting lightly on the edge of her saucer, and the room folds itself back into silence. You realize that silence here isn't emptiness. It's the air everyone breathes. The next ritual begins before you even notice it. A maid steps forward carrying a small stack of folded napkins, each crisp and white as morning frost. She moves like a dancer, rehearsing steps she's known since girlhood. There's reverence in her touch, as though she's holding the fabric of the monarchy itself. Napkins. So simple, so ordinary for you. But in this world, they're social hieroglyphs. The maid places the stack on the sideboard. The head butler glides closer, examines the folds and adjusts one slightly. That's all it takes to tell her. You've done well, but not perfectly. And here begins the silent poetry of linen. The Queen's napkin, of course, is no ordinary square of fabric. It's embroidered in silver thread with her initials and the faintest crown motif, a detail no one mentions aloud, but everyone notices. The servants, you sense, know the folds by heart. There are a dozen official patterns, each with its own meaning. The one used today is called the bishop's hat, a triangular fold with a single pleat down the middle, symbolizing deference. It's not just neat, it's correct. Here's your historical fact. In the 19th century, folding napkins became an art form across European courts. Certain patterns were reserved for royalty alone, and some were considered offensive if used improperly. One fold resembled an open flower, used only when welcoming foreign guests. Another, shaped like a boat, was forbidden at the Queen's table after a courtier jokingly called it a ship of fools. You can't help but smirk. Somewhere out there, a servant probably lost his job for origami. The butler takes the Queen's napkin from the sideboard and places it beside her plate with both hands, thumbs precisely aligned. Then he steps back, exactly 3 paces, and bows just enough for the hem of his coat to brush the carpet. And still, no one speaks. The Queen glances down, unfolding the napkin with effortless grace. There's something mesmerizing in the way she does it, slow, precise, a ritual older than memory. She places it gently across her lap. That's when you notice something subtle. The servants are watching, not obviously, but with their senses tuned to every flicker of her hand. Because even how the napkin rests tells them what happens next. Folded loosely? She's content, edge tucked beneath her plate. She's displeased, corner draped to the left. Breakfast is nearing its end. This morning she drapes it slightly right. A signal only the trained could see. It means continue quietly. The orchestra of servants stirs back to life. A maid leans toward another and whispers, "Remember Lady Ainsworth?" The other nods, eyes wide. "The one who folded hers wrong." They exchange a silent shudder. You recall the story, they all do. Lady Ainsworth, a spirited noblewoman who dared to fold her napkin back into a triangle before the Queen had finished eating. It was an innocent mistake, or maybe a tiny act of rebellion. Either way, it made history for all the wrong reasons. The next morning, her invitation to breakfast was regretfully misplaced. She never dined at Windsor again. You glance toward the Queen, who appears serene, sipping the last of her tea. But you wonder, does she remember Lady Ainsworth? Does she think of the people who've come and gone from this table, all measured, judged and remembered through the tilt of a spoon and the crease of a napkin? There's something tragic in that thought. One of the younger servants moves toward the sideboard, fetching a replacement cloth for the next setting. He's too eager. His sleeve brushes the edge of the tablecloth. The ripple is tiny, barely visible, but it travels across the linen like a slow wave. You see the butler's eyes narrow. The young man freezes, his breath caught. The Queen, of course, pretends not to notice. But she does, you can tell. For a moment the silence tightens, then she lifts her napkin, dabs her lips again, and lays it back down, not folded this time, but open, soft, forgiving. It's a small mercy, a quiet gesture that says, "No harm done." You exhale. That's the strange magic of this breakfast table. It's both theatre and confession booth. Each gesture carries meaning, but also grace. Your quirky tidbit for this section. At one point, royal servants believed that the Queen's napkin could predict the mood of the entire court. If she folded it neatly, good fortune would follow. If she left it open, gossip would spread. And once, only once, she reportedly knotted it mid-meal. The palace whispered for weeks. Historians still argue what it meant. Some say it was a signal of private distress. Others claim it was simply a practical move to stop the napkin sliding off her lap. The truth, as always, is lost in embroidery and myth. The young servant who disturbed the tablecloth is gently guided away. No scolding, no punishment, just a hand on his shoulder and a whisper you can't hear. Maybe compassion has its own etiquette here too. The Queen glances at her reflection in the silver teapot, just a flicker of vanity or perhaps curiosity. Then she straightens the lace at her wrist and looks down again, her attention already elsewhere. The table seems to glow faintly in the morning light, its symmetry so precise it could be a painting. The napkins, the cutlery, the plates, they're not just objects now, they're characters in an unending play. You can almost imagine the day centuries from now when historians peer at these same linens behind museum glass and write footnotes about the rituals of civility. But they'll never smell the faint warmth of tea, never feel the tremor of a servant's hand or the hush that falls when linen flutters in the Queen's grasp. No textbook will capture this heartbeat. You feel it, though, the quiet pulse beneath the polish. The unspoken truth that even in this world of perfection, small mercies matter more than flawless folds. The Queen sets her napkin aside at last. The signal is clear. The next course may begin. And as the butler bows, you realize you're not just watching breakfast. You're watching a nation rehearse its manners every morning. The table shimmers again, an orchestra of silver, porcelain, and quiet dread tuning up for its next act. The Queen's napkin rests folded beside her plate now, marking the end of one ritual and the beginning of another. You can feel the room inhale, collectively bracing itself. The butler glides toward the door, gives a subtle nod, and two footmen enter with identical trays. The smell hits you first, warm toast, slightly sweet, with the faint aroma of melted butter and something metallic beneath it. Toast, ordinary to you maybe, but here, toast has a backstory, a lineage, and, apparently, a conspiracy. Each slice sits neatly in its own compartment within a silver toast rack. The contraption looks like the skeleton of a tiny harp, gleaming under the morning light. The Queen doesn't glance up, but her presence alone transforms this humble breakfast item into an event. The first tray is placed beside her. The second is offered to the Duke, seated at the far end of the table, though you notice his eyes linger on the Queen's rack with quiet envy. You lean closer, fascinated. The butler takes a knife, tests its sharpness against the edge of his thumb, then sets it down beside the toast rack. The slices are perfectly even, browned to the same degree and, most crucially, still warm. Here's your historical fact. The toast rack was first patented in 1789 by a silversmith named Matthew Bolton, whose designs became staples in royal dining. Before its invention, toast was served stacked and quickly became soggy, a culinary tragedy the Victorians refused to tolerate. The rack's purpose was purely aristocratic: keep every slice crisp, upright, and individually dignified. You have to admire it. A gadget invented solely to prevent moist bread. That's power. But not everyone loved it. According to palace gossip, two rival inventors once claimed to have designed competing anti-sogging devices and accused each other of espionage. One supposedly smuggled sketches into a rival's workshop, hidden inside a hollowed-out loaf. Historians still argue whether this tale is true or just an elaborate breakfast joke passed down through servants' whispers. You imagine them, two furious Victorians dueling not with swords, but with toast tongs. The Queen takes the first slice, breaks it neatly in half and begins buttering it with steady precision. Her hand doesn't tremble, though the weight of history seems to hover over that butter knife. You notice the Duke watching again. He pretends to adjust his napkin, but his eyes betray him. There's something about the Queen's toast rack, its shape, its craftsmanship, that seems to unnerve him. You lean closer to catch the faintest exchange of glances between him and another noblewoman nearby. Her lips move almost imperceptibly. It's the same rack. The same rack? Your curiosity sharpens. Apparently there's a legend here, the toast rack conspiracy. You've never heard of anything so absurdly British and so immediately intriguing. As the story goes, years earlier, during a particularly tense breakfast, the Queen's chief silversmith designed a toast rack with a subtle, almost invisible pattern, 7 bars, not 6, the 7th hidden under the handle. That extra ridge wasn't just decorative, it was a secret compartment for coded messages passed between the kitchen staff and the butler's office during a time of rumoured palace intrigue. The Duke's family, so the gossip claimed, owned the original prototype and swore it had been stolen. Now you're staring at a piece of silverware potentially at the heart of royal espionage. You watch as the Queen takes another slice, unaware, or perhaps perfectly aware, of the legend surrounding her breakfast. She spreads marmalade over the toast, and the orange light catches on her knife like firelight on steel. Meanwhile, the Duke's eyes burn. His toast remains untouched. You catch yourself grinning. Only here could bread be political. The butler notices the tension too. He clears his throat, the faintest cough, a signal to shift attention. Immediately a maid moves forward, presenting a small dish of jam to the Duke, as though to break the spell. The Duke accepts it with a forced smile, but the message is clear: let it go. Here's your quirky tidbit for this section. The Victorians genuinely believed that cold toast was bad luck in matters of love. Servants were instructed to deliver toast promptly or risk damp affections. The superstition ran so deep that one lady-in-waiting once wrote, "My suitor grew cold with the toast." Whether she meant it metaphorically or literally, no one's sure. You can't help but laugh quietly under your breath. Romance, sabotaged by breakfast logistics. The Queen bites into her toast with regal serenity. The crunch echoes faintly, crisp and final. The Duke finally follows suit, tearing his bread with unnecessary vigour. For a moment everything feels normal again, until a young maid steps too close to the rack and accidentally grazes it with her sleeve. The rack tips, tilts, and, oh no, one slice slides free, landing butter side down on the tablecloth. The entire room freezes. You can practically hear the collective thought, "This is how empires fall." The maid gasps, eyes wide. The butler stiffens. Even the Duke stops chewing. The Queen looks up slowly. The world holds its breath. Then she smiles, a small, almost mischievous smile. She picks up the fallen slice herself, brushes it lightly with her napkin, and places it back into the rack. No one dares move. She says softly, "Even toast loses its balance sometimes." And just like that, the tension melts away. The servants breathe again. The Duke finally laughs, awkwardly, but sincerely. The Queen returns to her plate, serene as ever, as though she hadn't just rescued a room full of trembling souls with a single sentence. You realize in that moment what true etiquette really is. Not rigidity, not coldness, but knowing exactly when to break the rules. The maid, still pale, is quietly guided to the back of the room. You can see tears of relief glistening in her eyes. The butler, behind his calm exterior, looks one heartbeat away from fainting. And the toast rack, still slightly tilted, remains a silent witness to the morning's miniature rebellion. As you watch, you think about how many such dramas have unfolded here, unrecorded and unnoticed. Tiny revolutions of grace, forgiveness, and marmalade. Maybe, you think, every rule survives only because someone once had the courage to forgive the moment it was broken. The Queen takes another bite. The crunch echoes again, gentle this time, like applause. And breakfast goes on. The echo of that last crunch lingers, a sound as delicate and final as the closing note of a hymn. You feel the collective exhale of the room again, the smallest sigh of relief from those who have survived another near catastrophe in the kingdom of breakfast. But before the air can settle fully, the doors open once more. Two maids enter, each carrying what appear to be tiny, jeweled trays covered with gauzy linen. The scent arrives first, bright, floral, and faintly earthy. Strawberries, raspberries, grapes that look as though they've been polished one by one. Fruit in this palace is never just fruit. It's ceremony, nature, domesticated and disciplined. The trays are placed with such synchronized precision that they could have rehearsed this in front of a mirror. The silver glints, the linen ripples, and for a fleeting moment you feel as though time itself pauses to admire the presentation. The Queen's fruit course has arrived, your historical fact. In the Victorian court, the order of fruit at the breakfast table was dictated by rank, temperature, and the Queen's personal mood. Strawberries first in summer, oranges in winter, grapes only when imported from France or Portugal, because British-grown ones were considered too vulgar. Apples, never before 10 a.m. Bananas, unthinkable. Too foreign, too suggestive, too new. You almost laugh. A banana scandalizing the monarchy. The Queen leans forward slightly, her hand hovering above the tray. A maid, anticipating her choice, lifts the linen cover with a flick that reveals a cascade of color, berries arranged in concentric circles, each layer a different hue. The Queen's eyes rest briefly on a single strawberry. It's large, symmetrical, and, you swear, glowing under the light. You think she'll take it immediately. But she hesitates. Instead, she glances at the butler, who nods almost imperceptibly toward the side of the table, where another tray sits half-hidden. Ah, the testing fruit. One of the lesser-known royal customs. Before the Queen eats, another servant samples an identical fruit in private, not for poison, technically, but for flavor quality and ripeness. The logic was simple. If it's too tart, the Queen must be spared the displeasure. Of course, history being what it is, some whispered that the test had darker origins. According to fringe lore, an 18th century count once tried to send a basket of sugared plums laced with powdered glass. The attempt failed. The taster caught it first, but the story lingered, blending truth and rumor until no one could tell them apart. Historians still argue whether this ever really happened, or whether palace staff invented it to justify their cautious rituals. Either way, the tradition endures. You watch the taster, a young woman with pale, determined eyes, take a single berry from the hidden tray and bring it delicately to her lips. One bite, a faint nod, approved. Only then does the Queen lift her fork. The strawberry is sliced, not bitten. Etiquette forbids direct contact with fruit at the royal table. Even something as innocent as a grape must be approached with cutlery. She pierces the slice, dips it lightly into a dish of sugar, and places it in her mouth. And there it is again, the quiet applause of stillness. It's a strange thing to watch. So much ceremony around something so small, yet somehow you understand the world outside might be unpredictable. Governments rise, storms rage, wars whisper, but breakfast remains obedient. You shift your attention to a footman near the wall who's polishing a tray that doesn't need polishing. His movements are small, rhythmic, almost meditative. You realize he's watching the Queen's plate too, waiting for her cues like a conductor's baton. Suddenly, a faint cough breaks the air. It comes from the second maid, the one still holding the linen from the fruit tray. Her face flushes instantly. The butler's head jerks toward her, eyes wide. A cough, no matter how accidental, is an intrusion on the sacred silence of breakfast. The Queen looks up. Her expression is unreadable. Calm, serene, but her gaze holds steady. The maid bows deeply, whispering an apology you can't hear. A single second stretches into eternity. Then the Queen waves a hand, gracefully, dismissively, mercifully. The sound returns to the room like a tide. Silverware glints again, the butler exhales softly, and the hum of the morning resumes. You can almost feel the maid trembling where she stands. Your quirky tidbit in the late 19th century, coughing during a royal meal, could, in extreme cases, lead to reassignment, not because it was rude, but because it disrupted the Queen's digestive tranquility. It sounds absurd now, but in an age when decorum defined reality, even a sneeze was rebellion. You look at the poor maid and wish someone would invent royal lozenges. The Queen, apparently unfazed, reaches for a cluster of grapes. She cuts them delicately from the stem, 1, 2, 3, and arranges them at the edge of her plate like jewels. She doesn't eat them immediately. She's studying them, almost lost in thought. And then, softly, she says, "We once had grapes sweeter than this." No one answers, of course. They never do. But you can feel the weight in her tone. Nostalgia, maybe. Memory. The kind of sadness that doesn't belong in public, but leaks out when the world feels safe enough to allow it. You imagine her remembering mornings long ago, simpler ones, maybe even joyful ones before ceremony became a shield. It's funny, you think. The Queen has everything except the freedom to be casual. She can command armies, but she can't lick her fingers after a strawberry. She takes another small bite, chews slowly, then places her fork down just so. The butler steps forward, replaces her glass of water, and disappears again, as silent as shadow. The sun has risen higher now. The golden light slides across the silver, catches the edge of a sugar bowl, and refracts into tiny bursts of rainbow. You take it all in, the fruit, the silence, the fragile tension, and realize that what you're witnessing isn't just etiquette, it's the art of containment, a daily act of mastery over chaos, and yet for all its perfection, something about it feels heartbreakingly human, because beneath the lace and silver, beneath the old rituals and absurd fears of cold toast, breakfast is still just a moment of hunger and habit, a quiet need to start the day feeling that, just for a moment, everything is in its place. The Queen finishes her last strawberry, the plate is removed, a bell rings faintly down the hall. You sense the next act coming. But for now, the Queen's breakfast table gleams with sunlight and sugar, perfect, peaceful, and utterly impossible. The faint ring of that hallway bell lingers, soft, precise, polite, as if even sound itself must bow before the Queen's breakfast. The fruit course has ended, leaving behind the faint scent of strawberries and sugar, like a memory refusing to fade. You watch as servants glide in once more, their faces calm, but their movements deliberate, cautious. Every plate removed is an act of reverence, every step is measured. Somewhere deep in the palace, clocks strike 9, and the morning shifts into a slower rhythm, the calm heartbeat of ritual returning after the tension of fruit and toast. The Queen sits back slightly, her posture perfect. Her fingers, pale and slender, rest lightly on the edge of the table. Her teacup is gone now, replaced by a small glass of lemon water, chilled just enough to fog the rim. You can almost feel the temperature of the air dip a degree. And then it happens. A small sound, barely there. A cough. Not from a maid this time, nor a footman, but from somewhere closer. A discreet, well-mannered cough, the kind you might give when clearing your throat before speaking. But here, amid the ritualized stillness, it feels like thunder. The Queen's eyes flick toward the source, the Marquis seated 2 places to her left. His expression is mortified, his hand frozen halfway to his mouth. For a heartbeat, the entire room seems to hold its breath again, and then she smiles, barely. But it's there, gentle, genuine. He bows his head in silent gratitude. You exhale, too. How strange, you think, that mercy can arrive in such small, quiet moments. Here's your historical fact. Coughing, sneezing, or clearing one's throat in royal company was once governed by strict, unwritten codes. During the reign of George IV, any noise made before the monarch had finished eating was seen as an interruption to divine order. Later, monarchs softened the rule, but the anxiety it created lingered for generations. Historians still debate whether this rigidity stemmed from genuine reverence or simple human fear disguised as respect. It's easy to imagine why. The Queen's breakfast table is more than furniture. It's a stage. Every cough, every twitch, every glance can be misinterpreted as rebellion. The Marquis shifts uncomfortably in his chair. You can almost see him rehearsing the apology he'll give later to whichever aide keeps the day's behavior log. Because yes, there is one, an actual written record of every breakfast, every dish served, every gesture noted. Her Majesty coughed once. The Duke dropped a spoon. The butter curls held their shape. You can't decide if it's tragic or hilarious. The Queen turns her gaze back to her plate. Her composure never breaks. Another course arrives, small, pale pastries shaped like shells, their surfaces glazed to perfection. The smell of warm vanilla and lemon drifts across the table, mingling with the sharper tang of silver polish. You realize with faint amusement that breakfast has already lasted more than an hour, and yet no one seems restless. They aren't eating, they're performing. The butler steps forward to refill the Queen's glass of water. His movement is flawless, but something in his face betrays a flicker of worry. Perhaps he remembers the fallen toast or the cough or the fruit-tasting delay. For him, every misstep carries an invisible weight. The Queen notices, of course she does. "Mr. Hughes," she says softly, her tone even, "how is your wife's garden?" The question catches him off guard. His mouth opens slightly. Surprise, maybe gratitude. "Flourishing, Your Majesty. The roses took kindly to the rain." "Good," she says, nodding once. "A good garden is the mark of patience." It's such a small exchange, but it changes everything. The tension dissolves, shoulders ease. The air feels warmer again. You can't help but smile. In this world of exactitude, kindness feels almost rebellious, and yet you sense that every word spoken here is deliberate. Even mercy, perhaps, has its own etiquette. Your quirky tidbit for this section: it's rumoured that in the 1860s a minor baron fainted during breakfast, not from illness, but sheer anxiety after dropping his fork. The Queen reportedly rose, stepped forward, and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Better a clumsy fork than a false tongue." Historians can't agree whether the event truly happened, but the line endured in household law as a reminder that grace could, occasionally, outrank protocol. The pastries are served now, each identical in size and shape. The Queen takes one, breaks it delicately in half, and sets one piece aside on her plate. You watch the crumbs fall like tiny constellations, perfectly aligned. A servant discreetly slides forward to remove them with a soft brush, as though sweeping away traces of time itself. You realize with growing awe that everything here is a choreography of vanishing, crumbs, mistakes, human flaws, all erased, leaving behind only composure. The Queen takes her final sip of lemon water. The glass trembles faintly as she sets it down. The sound it makes, a tiny ring against the table, is softer than any bell, yet it signals something immense. Breakfast is nearly over. You feel it in the way the servants glance toward the sideboard, the way the footmen subtly shift their weight from one leg to the other, the way the butler's eyes flick toward the clock. Soon she'll stand. The ballet will end. But not yet. For one last moment, she looks down at the plate before her, the pastry crumbs, the gleaming silver fork, the folded napkin. Then slowly, she reaches for her spoon and adjusts its angle by a fraction of an inch. That's all. Just that small correction, precise and unhurried. You realize what she's doing. She's not fussing, she's finishing, completing the invisible circle that began when the first cup of tea was poured. It's not just breakfast, it's a ritual of closure. Outside, birds sing somewhere beyond the open window. The sun is higher now, catching the Queen's pearls and scattering their light across the table like spilled sugar. You stand there, barely breathing, watching the last few seconds of perfection play out before your eyes, and for the first time you think you understand the truth behind all this. Etiquette isn't about oppression, not really. It's about the dream that for at least 1 hour each morning the world can be orderly, graceful and kind, that everything, even chaos, can be tamed into calm. The Queen glances up. Her eyes, calm and distant, seem to meet yours through the centuries. Then she smiles again, faint, knowing, human. Breakfast is over. The final smile has barely faded before movement stirs again. The Queen doesn't rise yet, but her small gesture has begun the quiet unravelling of ceremony. You feel it, like the slow exhale after a held breath. The servants begin their final act. The head butler straightens. The footmen glide forward. Silver trays shimmer beneath the soft morning light. And though you've seen them move all morning, now their grace feels heavier, more careful, because this is the most dangerous moment of all. The clearing of the Queen's breakfast table. You'd think the difficult part was over, that the eggs, the toast, the butter geometry, the milk debate, the fruit sequence had already tested every possible nerve. But no, removing the dishes without disturbing the harmony of the table is the grand finale, the silent test of mastery. Each servant knows his role. One clears left to right, another folds, another polishes the air where silver once gleamed. A rhythm of absence. It's a ghostly kind of order, the reverse of creation. You watch the nearest footman lift a fork, carefully, reverently, like an archaeologist excavating a relic. His hands don't shake, but his lips press tight. The Queen has lowered her gaze to a letter resting beside her plate. She pretends to read, giving them cover. One by one, the utensils vanish. You find yourself staring at the patterns left behind, the faint circles from teacups, the tiny indent of a knife's resting place. Even those shadows seem intentional, as though designed by etiquette itself. Here's your historical fact. In the royal household, table placement was so precise that servants trained with rulers before being allowed to serve. Forks aligned within a 1/16 of an inch, knives parallel, not just to each other, but to the pattern of the tablecloth's embroidery. The system was called table geometry. Manuals survive with diagrams so detailed they look like blueprints for cathedrals. Historians still argue whether this obsession reflected aesthetic devotion or quiet madness disguised as dignity. You suspect both. A small clink draws your attention. One of the junior footmen has brushed a spoon too roughly against a saucer. The sound, tiny, almost imperceptible, cuts through the silence like a pin through silk. Every servant freezes. The Queen looks up. Her gaze doesn't harden. It doesn't need to. Just one calm glance, enough to remind everyone of the weight of stillness. The young footman bows his head, his face crimson. But then, softly, the Queen says, "It's all right." You see his shoulders tremble with relief. She lowers her eyes again to the letter, and the clearing continues. There's something powerful about that, the way she wields both control and kindness with the same delicate hand. You catch a fragment of conversation from two servants near the door. "She never forgets," one whispers. "Not cruelty, not mercy either." You imagine how many mornings she's sat like this, watching everything, saying little, shaping the tone of 100 lives with a nod. One of the maids now approaches the table with a folded cloth, white, edged in gold thread. She places it at the Queen's right hand and steps back. This is the final cloth, the one that signals completion. It's never used for cleaning, only for conclusion. The Queen lays her hand atop it briefly, as though sealing a pact with the morning. The table is nearly bare now, only the water glass remains. She lifts it, takes a final sip, and sets it down. A clear, delicate chime. And now comes your quirky tidbit. At one point, etiquette dictated that no one could rise from the table before the Queen's water glass was empty. The servants called it the glass of fate. They said that if she left it half full, rain would spoil the day's plans. If she drained it completely, the sun would stay out. The superstition became so strong that by the late 1800s, servants quietly poured her remaining water down to a single drop whenever she left it unfinished. You grin. Imagine controlling the weather with hydration. The Queen folds her letter now, pressing it once against the edge of her plate before setting it aside. You can see her handwriting, elegant, slanted, almost austere. She tucks the paper under her napkin, perhaps as a habit, perhaps as a signal. The butler steps forward carrying a long, narrow box. You've seen this before, the utensil casket. Every piece of silver used by the Queen is returned here, counted and sealed under her chamberlain's key. Not for thrift, but for symbolism. Nothing that serves her may exist freely in the world without her permission. He opens the box. The interior gleams like liquid light. Each spoon, each knife, each fork slides into its compartment with a muted click. The sound is hypnotic. The Queen watches for a moment, her expression unreadable. And then, softly, she says, "Mr. Hughes, the table is well set." He bows low. "Your Majesty is kind." "No," she replies. "Your precision is kind." It's such a quiet phrase, yet it lands like thunder. You realize what she's acknowledging, not just obedience, but care, the small mercy hidden inside perfect order. She stands now. The servants freeze. Her chair moves without sound. You half expect trumpets or fanfare, but none come. Just the whisper of fabric as she rises, the faint clink of her pearls, and the sigh of air shifting to fill the space she leaves behind. For a moment she pauses at the head of the table, glancing down its length. The morning light halos her face. You wonder what she sees, perfection, duty, or just another meal fading into memory. She turns, nods once to the butler, and glides from the room. The door closes softly behind her, and with that the spell breaks. Servants exhale, shoulders drop. The air hums with the small noises of relief, cutlery sliding, feet shuffling, laughter held too long finally released. You realize how exhausting grace can be. The butler lingers a moment longer, gazing at the empty table. Then, quietly, he smiles. "Another flawless morning," he murmurs. But you can hear it in his tone, the knowledge that flawlessness is never truly real, only maintained, one careful second at a time. Outside, the palace clock chimes again. 9:30. The Queen will soon retreat to her writing desk. The servants will retreat to polish, to prepare, to ready themselves for tomorrow's impossible perfection. And you stay there, staring at the bare, gleaming surface, realizing that even silence can be ceremonial, because here, in this golden calm, breakfast never really ends. It just waits to begin again. The room holds its breath in the Queen's absence. The silence feels different now, looser, almost human. The servants have begun their quiet retreat, clearing what remains, adjusting the curtains, letting the morning air slide in through the half-open window. The light falls across the table in patches, soft and forgiving. And for the first time all morning, the rhythm of duty slows. You stand where you are, absorbing the strange echo she's left behind. The scent of tea and lemon still lingers, mixed with the faint musk of beeswax and linen starch. It smells like discipline, like time itself, folded neatly and ironed smooth. The butler remains at the table, inspecting what's left, as though inspecting a memory. One hand rests on the polished back of the Queen's chair, the other gestures for a younger servant to approach. "Wipe in circles," he murmurs. "Not lines. Lines break the reflection." The young man nods, obediently circling his cloth over the smooth surface until the wood gleams again. That small, unnecessary perfection fascinates you. The Queen is gone. No one will see the reflection. But the ritual continues anyway, because here, perfection doesn't depend on being witnessed. It's self-sustaining, a belief system polished into habit. The butler steps back, folds his cloth precisely, and then, surprisingly, smiles. A weary smile, but a real one. "You see," he says, softly to the boy, "the table tells us what we are, how we place things, how we clear them. If it's wrong, we notice. That's the point." You realize that he's not talking about table settings anymore. Here's your historical fact. In the later Victorian household, the role of butler was both logistical and moral. He was considered the guardian of civility. His ledger didn't just track silverware, it tracked behavior. Notes about who spoke too loudly, who drank too fast, who fidgeted when the Queen paused. The royal breakfast became less about food and more about moral calibration. Historians still debate whether this system preserved dignity or strangled it. The boy wipes the last corner of the table, and for a fleeting second the two of them share a quiet sense of pride. It's so ordinary, so human. And then the maid enters. She's carrying a small tray of empty glass jars, their insides streaked with orange marmalade and honey. They glint like relics in the light. She sets them gently on the sideboard, then pauses. Her gaze drifts toward the seat where the Queen had been. "She smiled today," she says softly, half to herself. The butler glances over. "She often does." "Not like that," the maid whispers. "It was different." He doesn't reply. He only looks toward the window where the sunlight falls in long golden stripes across the floor. "Perhaps," he says finally, "she's decided to forgive the morning." The maid nods, uncertain what that means, but unwilling to question it. You catch a glimpse of her reflection in the silver tray, her face young and tired, a single curl of hair escaping her cap. For the first time, you see the people behind the precision. They're not cogs in a clockwork ritual. They're the quiet architects of calm. Your quirky tidbit, Palace staff were once said to communicate through the language of crumbs. Tiny signals hidden in what appeared to be accidents. A crumb left near the Queen's plate meant pleasant mood. One near the butter dish meant unspoken tension. Servants invented these small codes to survive the impossible quiet, their way of whispering to each other in a world where conversation was forbidden. You imagine the invisible poetry of it, emotions translated into breakfast debris. The maid begins collecting napkins now, folding each one differently than before, less formal, more like closure. When she reaches the Queen's, she hesitates. The white linen is still warm from touch, faintly scented with lavender. For a moment, she doesn't move at all. Then she presses the napkin to her cheek, just for a heartbeat, then folds it neatly and places it in the basket. No one notices, but you do. Outside, the faint chirp of sparrows drifts through the window. The palace gardens are waking, dew drying on roses, gardeners calling softly to one another. For the first time, you hear the sounds of a world beyond etiquette. It feels like exhaling after holding your breath too long. The butler dismisses the staff one by one. Some leave with quiet chatter, some with silent relief. Their day isn't over. There are linens to launder, logs to polish, fresh eggs to fetch for tomorrow, but the hardest part is done. He lingers behind, studying the table one last time. He pulls out a small notebook from his coat pocket and begins to write. You lean closer, trying to read. His pen scratches faintly against the paper. No disturbances. Tea correct. Fruit perfect. Toast recovered. Her Majesty serene. He pauses, then adds something else. Laughter. Rare. You watch as he closes the notebook and places it gently into the breast pocket of his waistcoat, the record of the morning sealed like a secret prayer. And then he does something unexpected. He sits, just for a moment, in the Queen's empty chair. He looks around as if to ensure no one's watching, then leans forward, resting his elbows on the edge of the table. The same table he's spent years serving but never touched like this. The sunlight catches the side of his face, softening the lines of fatigue there. He breathes deeply. One long, quiet sigh. This, he murmurs, almost to himself, is how it should feel. Then he stands quickly, smoothing his jacket, composure restored. He lifts the Queen's chair, tucks it neatly under the table, and bows, yes, bows, to the empty seat before turning toward the door. You remain a moment longer, watching dust motes spin lazily in the air. The table is spotless, the air calm, the ritual complete. But something lingers, something intangible. The memory of laughter, of warmth, of imperfection allowed. You understand now that the Queen's breakfast isn't really about manners or power. It's about the human need to find serenity inside repetition, to craft beauty from monotony, meaning from routine. The table gleams like a mirror of that fragile peace. Outside, a clock strikes 10. The palace begins to buzz again with footsteps and whispers, the sound of history resuming. And yet here in this silent room, you can almost hear the echo of a simple truth whispered into porcelain and silver. Perfection isn't the absence of mistakes, it's the grace that follows them. The quiet hum of returning life beyond the breakfast room grows steady, doors opening, the clatter of porcelain from the kitchens below, the soft roll of cartwheels in distant corridors. The ritual has dissolved into routine now, but the spell of the Queen's table still lingers. You can feel it in the air, that invisible current of calm that refuses to leave even after everyone else has gone. But downstairs, deep in the labyrinth of the palace kitchens, the next act of this story is already beginning. You follow the faint sound of laughter, quick, nervous but real. It leads you down a narrow servant's staircase, past brass rails polished smooth by a century of anxious hands. The air changes as you descend, warmer, sharper, fragrant with citrus peels, spices, and the tang of burnt sugar. The Queen's breakfast may have ended upstairs, but here below it lives on. You emerge into the warmth of the royal kitchen, a cavern of copper and chaos. Rows of hanging pots gleam like medals. Great wooden tables stretch beneath them, covered in bowls of cooling sauces, baskets of eggs and towers of plates waiting to be scrubbed. At the centre of it all stands the jam mistress. Yes, that's her real title. You see her now, short, stout, with forearms like marble rolling pins and an expression that suggests she takes fruit preservation as a moral duty. She's stirring a copper pot that bubbles thick and golden. Steam rises around her like incense. A younger cook approaches timidly. "Was the marmalade to Her Majesty's liking, Mrs. Dunwoodie?" Mrs. Dunwoodie stops stirring just long enough to glance at him. "There were no complaints," she says, which, in this kitchen, translates to perfection achieved. But then she frowns, lowering her spoon. "Though she didn't finish it, I heard." The young man swallows. "Perhaps she wasn't in the mood." Mrs. Dunwoodie snorts. Nonsense. The Queen's always in the mood for marmalade. It's politics, not palate." Politics. You blink. Marmalade politics. Here's your historical fact. In the late 1800s, Britain's royal household sourced marmalade from rival suppliers, Dundee and Oxford, each claiming their preserve was the Queen's preferred breakfast companion. Newspapers printed it as though it were foreign policy. When shipments were delayed, gossip spread through drawing rooms that the Queen had taken offence to the rival brand. Historians still argue whether she genuinely cared or whether the competition was simply marketing genius. And yet, down here in the kitchen, you can tell. It mattered. Every jar carried pride, tradition, and a little bit of espionage. Mrs. Dunwoodie lowers the spoon into the pot again, muttering under her breath. "Dundee's too bitter, Oxford's too sweet, and that French stuff they sent last spring, treason in a jar." The other cooks laugh quietly, relieved by her mood. But you can tell they know the stakes. Each spoonful that reached the Queen's toast carried the weight of their reputations. At the far end of the kitchen, a boy scrubs a copper pan with too much enthusiasm. "Do you think she noticed the orange zest today?" he asks. Mrs. Dunwoodie doesn't look up. "The Queen notices everything. She probably counted the strands." "You quirky tidbit, there's a legend among palace staff that one year the Queen requested more bitterness in her marmalade after reading a gloomy newspaper editorial. The cook interpreted it literally and doubled the orange peel. When the Queen tasted it, she reportedly said, 'It suits the times.' Whether true or not, the phrase became the kitchen's unofficial motto. You can't help but laugh quietly. It's easy to picture her, spoon in hand, declaring the political state of the empire through citrus. The kitchen bustle grows louder. Copper pots clang softly as they're lifted back onto hooks. Butter wrappers rustle, knives scrape across cutting boards. And in the middle of it all, Mrs. Dunwoodie leans over her pot like a prophet consulting molten gold. She dips a wooden spoon, blows on it gently, then tastes. Her face softens. "That's the one," she murmurs. The younger cook leans in. "The right batch?" She nods. "For tomorrow." You realize something then. Tomorrow's breakfast is already being born, one spoonful at a time. That's how ritual survives, not in the moment it's performed, but in the way it begins again. From upstairs, the faint sound of footsteps echoes, polished boots crossing marble floors. Maybe the butler, maybe a messenger. The noise drifts down the stairwell like distant thunder. Mrs. Dunwoodie looks up briefly. "That'll be the note. she says, and sure enough, a young footman enters, letter in hand. He's flushed, breathless from running. He holds out the paper as though it's holy scripture. "For tomorrow's breakfast," he says. She takes it, unfolding it, with fingers sticky from sugar and steam. Her eyes scan the writing, her brow furrowing. "2 new requests," she mutters. "Fresh figs. And, heaven help us, blackcurrant jam." There's a collective murmur of disapproval. "Blackcurrant," someone says. "That's from the Windsor pantry." "Too dark for morning," another adds. Mrs. Dunwoody sighs. The Queen must be feeling sentimental. Historians still debate whether the Marmalade Wars, as later generations called them, were ever real, or just a myth of palace gossip. But standing here now, watching the cooks exchange glances as though new diplomatic orders have arrived, you understand why the story endured. Because breakfast in this palace was never just breakfast, it was a language. Every flavour meant something, every spoonful was a sentence. The cooks spring into motion, one slicing oranges, another decanting sugar, a third fetching jars. The boy with the copper pan pauses long enough to whisper, "Do you think she ever gets tired of all this?" Mrs. Dunwoody doesn't look up. "You don't tire of the sun rising," she says. "You just pray it rises the same." Her words hang there, shimmering above the steam. You realize she's right. Perfection in this world isn't joy, it's safety. It's the guarantee that the Queen's morning and the kingdom's order will unfold exactly as it did yesterday. And so the marmalade bubbles again. The copper glows. The air thickens with the smell of sugar and citrus and duty. You turn back toward the stairwell, your footsteps echoing as you ascend, leaving behind the warm chaos of creation for the cool, polished quiet of the halls above. By the time you reach the top, the breakfast room is empty once more, silent, gleaming, patient, waiting for tomorrow's spoonful of sunrise. The warmth of the kitchen fades as you climb the marble steps again. The upper corridors are cooler, paler, still breathing the quiet discipline of the Queen's morning. The transition is strange, like walking from heartbeat into heartbeat's echo. The breakfast room door stands ajar. Inside, the table is bare again, linen newly pressed, silver reset, the world restored to order. But something lingers, a whisper of steam still curling from a forgotten teapot, a faint trace of lemon and wax. You imagine the Queen's presence as a phantom of calm still seated at the head. Yet, not everyone shares that calm. Down the hallway, 2 voices, low, clipped and distinctly male, cut through the stillness. You follow the sound to a smaller antechamber, lined with portraits of long-faced ancestors who seem perpetually unimpressed. Inside, 2 dukes stand stiffly on opposite sides of a serving cart. Between them lies a single butter knife. You'd think it were a sword. They speak in the tone of men who smile with their teeth and sharpen their words. "It was clearly my turn to serve," says the taller of the 2, his cravat too bright for morning. "Protocol dictates rotation, and I was next." The other snorts softly. "Protocol? Don't lecture me about rotation." The butler looked at me. That glance was for correction, not invitation. "I assure you, Your Grace, my reflexes are impeccable." You lean against the doorway, stifling a laugh. The tension is ridiculous, yet entirely believable in this palace where hierarchy hides inside teaspoons. Here's your historical fact. During formal breakfasts and luncheons, noble guests occasionally competed for small acts of service, pouring tea, slicing bread, or, yes, offering butter. To assist the Queen was a mark of favour, a symbol of proximity to power, but if performed out of turn, it was seen as usurpation. Court records note several such disputes of etiquette, one even resulting in a duel later disguised in the papers as a hunting accident. You can't help imagining pistols at dawn over buttered toast. The shorter Duke lifts the knife, examining its polished reflection. "You're aware," he says coolly, "that this knife is not common serviceware." Obviously. It bears the Windsor hallmark, gifted to the household after the Jubilee banquet of '87, which is why it should have been handled by someone with seniority. The taller Duke smiles, cold as porcelain. "I believe you just made my case." The butler, poor soul, hovers near the wall like a man witnessing slow-motion disaster. His expression suggests he'd rather be exiled to scrub chimneys than referee this aristocratic squabble. Finally, he clears his throat. "Gentlemen, the Queen's table has been cleared. The serving implements will be returned to inventory. There is no cause for—" "Impropriety," the shorter Duke interrupts. "That's precisely my concern." And there it is, that delicate edge of pride, sharpened by tradition. You can almost feel the centuries of expectation balancing on the butter knife between them. The taller Duke steps closer. "Do you recall, perhaps, that my grandfather once lost his post for spilling gravy on the Duchess of Kent?" The taller man blinks. You nearly choke on a laugh. The butler pretends to cough to hide his own. "I was going to say," the Duke recovers, "that he was praised for swift composure after the incident." "Swift composure," he feinted. "Gracefully. This is absurd, you think, but absurdity has always been the lifeblood of etiquette. The higher the refinement, the thinner the line between dignity and comedy." At last, the butler steps forward, risking both career and sanity. "My lords, perhaps we might resolve the matter with equitable rotation tomorrow, 1 day each?" The two dukes exchange looks as though the suggestion were a radical treaty proposal. After a long, terrible pause, they nod. "Very well," says the shorter one. "Tomorrow I serve first." "Agreed," says the other smoothly, "and I shall critique your form." They bow, mock gentle, razor polite, and drift away down opposite ends of the hall, leaving the butter knife gleaming like an innocent witness to generational madness. The butler exhales a breath so deep you hear decades leaving his lungs. He picks up the knife, examines it briefly, then mutters, "All this for butter." He returns it to the tray and walks past you without a glance, already restoring the dignity of his steps. Your quirky tidbit, there really was a butter knife scandal at Windsor in the 1890s. Two noblemen vied to serve a visiting princess. One reached first, and the other withdrew so dramatically he overturned the sugar bowl. No duel followed. Just lifelong frostiness and an anonymous caricature in Punch magazine titled "The Gentleman of Greece." Historians still argue whether the Queen found it amusing or infuriating. You re-enter the breakfast room, amused and a little awed. The table gleams again, ready for tomorrow's performance. You glance at the small casket of silver the butler left behind. Each piece lies perfectly still, but somehow hums with potential energy, like props waiting for actors. It strikes you that etiquette at its core is theatre. Everyone knows the script, but no one dares ad-lib. And yet, sometimes, like this morning, it's the unscripted moments that keep the whole illusion alive. Outside, the sound of carriage wheels drifts through the open window. The Queen will likely be riding soon. The world beyond these walls moves on, untidy, unpredictable, alive. But inside, even butter has a lineage, a battlefield, and a scandal of its own. You smile as you leave the room, closing the door gently behind you. The latch clicks, sealing in the morning's laughter, tension, and calm. For now, the Queen's breakfast table rests, its silver at peace, its ghosts appeased, its knives sheathed until dawn. You walk slowly down the polished corridor, still hearing echoes of the Duke's quarrel fading like the remnants of a badly tuned symphony. The air grows cooler as you near the far end of the hall. Here, behind double oak doors, lies another chamber tied to the Queen's breakfast, the seating room, a place that exists purely to answer one eternal question. Who gets to sit where? You step inside. It's smaller than you expect. Windowless, lined with faded red velvet wallpaper and the scent of old paper and wax. On the far wall hangs a large framed chart covered in names written in exquisite copperplate handwriting, columns, arrows, annotations. Her Majesty's Seating Order, Breakfast Room, Revised Edition. Every seat, every inch, every social nuance recorded with the accuracy of an astronomer mapping constellations. You trace the lines with your eyes. The Queen's name, of course, sits at the top, centred. Beside her, no one. Then the next ring, consorts, duchesses, visiting dignitaries. Beyond that, a shifting constellation of nobility and clergy. The handwriting changes across generations. Faded brown ink gives way to black, to blue, to pencil. Layers of hierarchy, written and rewritten as dynasties rose and fell, yet always orbiting the same silent sun, the Queen's chair. You run your fingers lightly along the edge of the frame. There's dust, fine, silvery, like ash. You half expect the butler to appear and scold you for disturbing it. Here's your historical fact. Victorian breakfast seating wasn't random. Rank, gender, political relevance, and even the emotional weather of the day influenced the arrangement. The Queen herself reviewed these charts each morning. A smile could promote you a seat closer to her. A single social blunder could exile you 2 chairs down for years. Historians still argue whether the system maintained stability or bred quiet madness. You suspect both. Behind you, a drawer slides open softly. You turn to find an older clerk hunched over a mahogany desk, quill poised, spectacles slipping down his nose. He doesn't startle at your presence. He's too used to unseen company, perhaps ghosts like you who haunt the edges of ritual. He dips his pen and writes a name, Lady Fairborn, in delicate ink. Then, with an elegant strike of the wrist, he crosses it out. Change, you ask instinctively. He sighs, not looking up. Her Majesty prefers her seated further down. She smiled too much yesterday. You blink. Smiling is a crime now? In moderation? No, he says dryly. But immoderate cheerfulness unsettles the morning. He gestures with his quill to another name. The Duchess of Wessex will move closer. The Queen appreciates her restraint. She eats like a ghost. He chuckles faintly at his own joke, then dips the pen again. You realize that this man, this quiet bureaucrat of civility, has as much power as any minister. With a flick of ink, he can elevate or exile. In this room, history is drawn in inches of table space. Your quirky tidbit, archival notes from Windsor, reveal that once, during a particularly tense spring, the Queen's breakfast seating order was rearranged 12 times in a single week, based on gossip, alliances, and who had accidentally contradicted her during supper. One visiting bishop was moved so far from the table's centre that he ended up dining near the servants' entrance. He took it as divine punishment. The clerk continues his task, unhurried. The thing is, he murmurs, these charts matter less to the Queen than to those who sit upon them. It's the anticipation that disciplines them. They behave as though she might change their seat at any moment. That keeps the peace. You nod, understanding more than you'd like. Control isn't just about enforcing rules. It's about keeping everyone guessing. He finishes the final name and sets the quill aside. Done! He seals the page with a faint press of wax, then lifts it carefully and slides it into a leather folio marked Tomorrow. The folio joins a towering stack of others, each labelled by date, stretching back years. So many mornings. So many arrangements. You wonder if any two were ever exactly alike. The clerk finally looks at you, his eyes tired but kind. People think the Queen's power comes from crowns and armies, he says. It doesn't. It comes from chairs. He gestures at the chart. The right person sitting in the right place. That's what keeps everything from tipping over. You think about that, the unseen architecture of etiquette, chairs as scaffolding for an empire. But there's another truth in his tone, one he doesn't say aloud. It also keeps everyone trapped. You turn toward the doorway again, the sound of distant clocks marking the passage of time. Somewhere down the corridor, a maid laughs, soft, brief, the sound of someone forgetting their place for a moment. The clerk doesn't even glance up. That's Lady Fairborn's new maid, he mutters. She'll learn. He picks up his next blank page, dips his quill, and begins writing again. The scratching of ink against paper fills the room. A mechanical sound, steady as breathing. You step out quietly, leaving him to his endless choreography of names and chairs. Outside, the light through the tall windows seems brighter, freer. You think of the Queen upstairs, mornings constructed from polished silver and inked hierarchies. Every chair, every glance, every crumb, a declaration of order. But the thought that won't leave you is simpler, almost sad. What if she, too, sometimes wished to sit somewhere else, to choose her own seat, just once? The sound of the quill fades behind you. You turn the corner, back toward the empty breakfast room. The sunlight has shifted again, falling directly onto the Queen's empty chair, illuminating it like a relic. You pause at the doorway. For a moment, you imagine her sitting not at the head of the table, but anywhere, laughing quietly, breaking bread without ceremony, free from charts and scrutiny. The image feels wrong, impossible, and yet beautiful. You leave the thought there, glowing faintly in the morning light, like a forbidden hope hidden in plain sight. You remain at the doorway for a moment, caught between the world of polished ritual and the strange softness of that imagined freedom. The Queen, sitting anywhere she liked, laughing over imperfect toast. But the illusion fades quickly, replaced by the quiet authority of reality. Her chair remains where it has always been, the single, fixed point around which everything else orbits. You step closer to the table again. The linen cloth, freshly pressed, stretches across its surface like a still pond. The faintest breeze from the open window ripples it, and for a heartbeat you could swear the fabric breathes. It's then you notice something peculiar. The corners of the tablecloth, each one folded perfectly into triangular precision, bear faint, deliberate creases, not random wrinkles, but patterns, too regular, too aligned to be accidental. You run your fingers across one, a series of small ridges forming almost a code. From the far end of the room, a quiet voice says, "You found them." You turn. An elderly servant stands in the doorway, her uniform simple, her expression neither surprised nor alarmed. Her hands are clasped loosely before her apron, and her eyes, sharp, intelligent, hold the kind of calm that comes from decades of keeping other people's secrets. "The folds," she says. "You're wondering about the folds." You nod. She steps into the room, her steps soundless on the carpet. "We call them messages, though that's not quite right. They started long before my time. My grandmother told me about them, how servants used to speak to one another without ever saying a word." She moves to the nearest corner and brushes her fingertips across the fabric. "This one means no mistakes this morning." "And this one," she continues, gliding to the next corner, "means the Queen smiled once." Her voice lowers. "And this one here? Be careful." You stare at her, fascinated. "You're saying these folds, these creases, are a kind of code?" She smiles faintly. Historians call them accidents of laundering, but they weren't. We made them. Here's your historical fact. By the mid-19th century, domestic servants across royal and aristocratic households often developed secret languages through napkin folds, candle positions, or the direction a spoon's handle faced. These coded gestures allowed them to share warnings, moods, or small victories beneath the veneer of silence. Historians still argue whether such systems were acts of rebellion or merely survival mechanisms. You suspect both. The old woman smooths the cloth again. It began with one maid, Anne of Bath, I think. They said she'd been punished for smiling at a visiting duke. After that, the others learned to talk without speaking. Every fold was a thought too dangerous for words. Her hand hovers over the fabric, then pauses. We still do it, though no one's supposed to. Habit, I suppose. She looks up, meeting your gaze directly. You'd be surprised how much is said at breakfast without anyone hearing. You picture it now. The servants folding messages into linen each morning, quiet conversations stitched into the fabric of civility. A footman enters through the side door, carrying a tray of fresh cloths. He nods respectfully to her. Mrs. Lane, new linens for tomorrow? Set them down, she says, her tone kind but firm. He obeys, places the stack carefully on the sideboard, and leaves. Once he's gone, she picks up the top cloth and holds it up to the light. Look here, she says softly. The sun catches faint shadows in the weave, tiny, intentional pleats along the edge. This one means all quiet below. The kitchen's in good spirits. You lean closer. So every tablecloth carries a message? When the world upstairs is built on silence, she says, the world downstairs must find its own voice. Her fingers trace another fold, this one near the centre. This one's different. See the double crease? It means the Queen's been thinking of someone. Someone, you echo. She smiles a little. There are names we don't speak, but sometimes they return. In her gaze, we notice. A silence follows, the kind filled not with tension, but with understanding. The weight of lives lived in proximity to greatness, yet never truly seen. Your quirky tidbit, one surviving note in Windsor's textile archive, mentions that during the 1880s the Queen's laundress once accidentally pressed the shape of a heart into a breakfast napkin. When asked about it, she claimed it was a wrinkle of steam. The pattern was never repeated, but years later, servants still whispered that the Queen had quietly requested that particular napkin be folded again. You wonder who it was for. Mrs. Lane lays the cloth down and sighs. We measure our lives in folds, not years. Each morning begins the same, ends the same. But between those folds, she smiles gently, we leave pieces of ourselves. You feel suddenly humbled. The Queen's breakfast, for all its grandeur, depends on a hidden web of care and quiet rebellion. Every detail, every spoon, every crease bears fingerprints of people who've learned to whisper through their work. Mrs. Lane glances at the table one last time. Tomorrow they'll bring a new cloth. They'll smooth it flat, erase these messages, pretend it's only linen. She pauses. But it never really is, you know. Linen remembers. You're not sure what to say. She gives you a small, knowing nod and begins to leave. At the door, she turns back, her figure framed by the fading light. Be careful what you unfold, she says softly. Sometimes the truth wrinkles back. And then she's gone. The room feels different now, alive, almost breathing, filled with the invisible chatter of centuries. You run your hand across the cloth again, tracing the folds like lines in an old diary. The Queen's breakfast table has always been about control. But beneath that control, the linen tells another story, a story of hidden defiance, tenderness, and memory. The sunlight shifts, a single mote of dust drifts across the table's gleaming surface. You watch it spin, weightless, and think of all the unseen hands that keep this world spinning too. You smile faintly. Even perfection, it seems, has a pulse. The echo of Mrs. Lane's words follows you out of the breakfast room. Linen remembers. The phrase lingers, rhythmic as footsteps on stone. You walk down another corridor, deeper into the quieter parts of the palace, until the air begins to smell again of flour, beeswax, and something faintly sweet. It draws you toward a small pantry lined with shelves of glass jars. In the dim light, they look like captive suns, each one filled with honey, thick and golden, its surface rippled like frozen music. The royal beekeeper's pantry. You'd passed it before and thought nothing of it, but today it hums with a different kind of energy. Inside stands a man in a faded brown coat, sleeves rolled up, hands sticky with resin and wax. He's humming softly, a tune you recognize from some old English hymn, something about mercy and morning light. On the table before him sits a small wooden crate stamped Apian, private reserve. He doesn't notice you at first. He's too busy inspecting each jar against the light, turning it, marking the lids with coded symbols you can't decipher. When he finally looks up, there's no surprise in his eyes, only a quiet amusement. You're wondering why honey needs an inventory. You nod. He smiles faintly. Because here, even sweetness is political. You step closer, drawn by the hypnotic glow of the jars. The honey catches the candlelight in layers, amber, gold, nearly clear near the edges. It looks alive. Her Majesty prefers the early summer batches, he says, collected before the clover blooms. Clover honey's too common, too mild. She says it lacks conviction. He lifts one jar toward the light. This one came from Sussex, from the hives near the sea cliffs. The bees drink salt from the wind. You can taste it if you know what you're looking for. He sets it down carefully, almost reverently. Here's your historical fact. By the late Victorian era, royal kitchens tracked the origin of every ingredient, including honey, like intelligence reports. Each jar carried a note about the bee's environment, weather, and bloom cycle. Some apiarists even sent letters written in florid prose describing the mood of the hive. Historians still debate whether this attention to detail reflected curiosity or paranoia. You suspect a bit of both. The beekeeper wipes his hands on a cloth and says quietly, "There was once an incident, you know." He opens a small notebook from his coat pocket, its pages stained with wax and ink. One spring, the Queen received a jar marked Essex Lavender. The label was wrong. It wasn't lavender, it was heather, and someone noticed. He pauses. That mistake nearly cost a man his position. You blink. Because of mislabeled honey. He gives a sad little shrug. In this house, identity is everything. Even a bee must know its place. He gestures toward the wall where a row of older jars sit behind glass, each tagged with a year and a crest. One bears a black ribbon around its lid. That one, he says softly, was the last from the Balmoral hives. They died that winter. He lifts the jar slightly. The honey inside is darker, thicker, more like amber than gold. We keep it here as a kind of relic. The Queen requested it never be opened. You can almost feel the gravity of it, the preserved sweetness of something lost. He leans closer, lowering his voice. They say she believed the honey was poisoned. You blink again? Poisoned? He shakes his head quickly. Not by hand, by memory. He lets the words hang in the air like smoke. Then, as if realizing he's said too much, he changes the subject. Would you like to know the truth about royal honey? You nod, curious. It's not about taste, he says. It's about control. Honey doesn't spoil. It lasts centuries. Every jar here is a promise that sweetness can be preserved, untouched, unchanging. That's why she values it. He smiles, faintly sad. A monarch's dream, really. Time that doesn't rot. You think about that. The strange poetry of preservation. The Queen's breakfast table, polished each morning into timeless perfection, mirrored here in jars of eternal sweetness. He hands you a small spoon, gestures toward one of the open jars. Try it. You hesitate. It's all right, he says. This batch is loyal. You laugh softly and dip the spoon. The honey clings thick to the metal, fragrant with something floral and distant. When you taste it, the flavour bursts warm and wild, sunlight salt and summer grass. He watches your face and nods knowingly. That's the Devon batch. The bees there feed on wild thyme, stronger than most. It's alive, you say quietly. He grins. Bees are better philosophers than men. They live by collective grace. He closes the crate, seals it with wax, and stamps it with the royal crest. Tomorrow's breakfast will have this one, he says, a little bolder than usual. He looks toward the doorway where light spills faintly in. The Queen doesn't like change, but she respects honesty. This honey tells the truth. It refuses to be subtle. He begins labelling the rest of the jars with a steady hand, and you realise there's reverence in his work, not fear, not ambition, but a kind of faith. Your quirky tidbit, the Queen's breakfast table, was sometimes used as an informal mood barometer. Staff claimed they could predict her temperament by which honey she chose, light and mild for serenity, dark and bitter for introspection, wildflower for decisiveness. The butler even kept a private honey ledger to record patterns. You picture it: mood, mild, honey clover, disposition favourable toward petitions, a golden psychology. You linger a moment longer, watching the beekeeper tilt a final jar toward the window. The light burns through it, filling the room with golden fire. We keep sweetness alive, he says quietly, even when the world outside tastes of iron. As you step away, you notice one jar apart from the rest, unlabelled, faintly dusty. Its wax seal bears a faint fingerprint pressed into the surface. No crest, no date. You reach out, tracing the shape. The wax is soft, almost warm. Mrs.
Lane's voice echoes in your memory. Be careful what you unfold. You leave it untouched. The beekeeper doesn't look up as you go. Tell them upstairs, he says absently, that the honey for tomorrow will be honest. You step back into the corridor, the door closing behind you with a muffled click. The faint hum of bees seems to follow you down the hall, distant and eternal. And for the first time you understand. The Queen's breakfast table is a kingdom in miniature. Its harmony built on invisible labour, its sweetness preserved by those who serve unseen. The faint hum of bees still lingers in your ears as you walk down the long, narrow hallway toward the breakfast room once more. The scent of honey clings to your sleeve, stubborn and comforting. It's strange how that simple sweetness feels heavier now, weighted by everything it represents: loyalty, precision, preservation. But today something feels slightly different. The air is thick with tension, and when you step back into the breakfast room, you understand why. The Queen is not there yet, and that, in this palace, is catastrophe. Every servant stands frozen at their post. The butler, Mr. Hughes, has checked his pocket watch 4 times in the last minute. The table is already set, porcelain gleaming, cutlery aligned, sunlight perfectly angled, and yet the absence of the Queen makes it all feel wrong. "She's late," whispers one of the maids. "She's never late," murmurs another. You can hear it in their voices, panic wrapped in politeness. The Queen's lateness isn't just a breach of schedule, it's a cosmic disturbance. Time itself bends around her presence, and now the morning hangs suspended, unsure whether to move forward or collapse. The butler clears his throat softly, a small sound that somehow commands the entire room. "Stand ready," he says. "She may enter at any moment." The servants straighten, breath held, and then suddenly the door opens. A footman steps in, not the Queen, but a young man in livery, clutching a covered silver dish. His face is pale. "Her Majesty requests porridge." The room goes still. "Porridge?" echoes one of the senior maids, unable to hide her shock. "At this hour?" The butler blinks, his composure wavers just enough for you to see genuine confusion beneath the surface. "Porridge," he repeats slowly, as though the word itself offends him. Did she specify? "Plain," says the footman. "No cream, no sugar." A hush falls over the room, heavier than before. You don't fully grasp the gravity of it until the butler whispers, "The last time she requested plain porridge." He trails off, glancing at the door. "What happened?" you ask softly, though you know no one is supposed to hear you. He swallows. "The great porridge affair." Here's your historical fact. Once, in the late 1880s, the Queen's morning routine was briefly disrupted when a new chef served porridge made from Scottish oats instead of the usual English barley. The difference was small but symbolic. Scotland at the time represented political tension within the empire. The meal was interpreted as a statement of sympathy. The newspapers never mentioned it, but within the palace it became legend, a culinary scandal of loyalty and rebellion. You feel a smile tug at your lips. Only here could breakfast gruel become an act of treason. The butler exhales sharply and waves his hand. "Fetch Mrs. Dunwiddy, now." Moments later, the formidable jam mistress herself appears in the doorway, still dusted with flour. "Porridge, is it?" she says. "Plain?" "Yes," the butler says grimly. "Plain." She sighs, tying her apron tighter. "Then we'll make it holy." She marches to the sideboard and begins directing the staff with military precision. Bowls are fetched, oats measured, water boiled. The kitchen below must feel the tremor of command. As she stirs the pot, steam curls upward, fogging her spectacles. "Never trust plain food," she mutters. "It hides the sharpest meanings." You lean closer to watch. The oats swell and twist in the pot, thickening into something that smells faintly of earth and salt. Mrs. Dunwiddy stirs with rhythmic patience. One maid whispers, "What if she's angry?" "Then the spoon will tell us," Mrs. Dunwiddy replies without looking up. "You don't know what that means," until the butler murmurs. The Queen stirs clockwise when calm, counterclockwise when not. The room falls quiet again. A moment later, the door opens once more, and this time it's her. The Queen enters without ceremony, but the effect is immediate. The entire room seems to bow without moving. She looks serene, almost distant, her hands clasped lightly in front of her. Her gown is pale blue today, simple by royal standards, but the way she carries it makes simplicity look impossible for anyone else. "Good morning," she says softly. The servants murmur their greetings in unison. She takes her seat at the head of the table. Her gaze sweeps the arrangement once, quick, exacting, approving. Then her eyes fall to the single bowl being placed before her. Steam rises in slow spirals. "Porridge," she says, not as a question, but a confirmation. "Yes, Your Majesty," the butler replies. She lifts the spoon. The room holds its breath. One stir, clockwise. A collective sigh of relief moves through the staff, like wind through reeds. But she doesn't stop. A second stir, then another, then a pause. She switches direction, counterclockwise. The silence is absolute. Even the ticking of the clock seems to hesitate. Her face reveals nothing as she takes a small, careful bite. You realize that for the first time this morning, she looks tired, not unkind, not displeased, just weary, as though the perfection of the world she commands has finally begun to weigh upon her. She takes another spoonful. Then she says very softly, "It's honest." The butler nods quickly, unsure whether to be grateful or terrified. She looks up. "Tell Mrs. Dunwoody she's done well, but please, no more sweetness for now." "Yes, Your Majesty." She sets her spoon down gently, aligning it perfectly beside the bowl. The gesture is final, deliberate, a punctuation mark to end an unspoken sentence. You look around the room. Every servant stands frozen, afraid even to breathe. Yet beneath the fear there's a subtle ripple of understanding. Plain porridge, no sugar, no cream. A message written not in words, but in absence. Your quirky tidbit. Servants used to interpret plain mornings as signs of introspection. Whenever the Queen requested austere meals, they said she was in mourning for thought. Not for loss, but for the heaviness of power itself. The Queen rises quietly from her chair. "That will be all," she says. She walks toward the door, her steps soundless against the carpet. Just before she leaves, she glances once at the window, where sunlight spills across the silver. "The light's too bright today," she murmurs. Then she's gone. For a long time, no one moves. Then, slowly, Mrs. Dunwoody exhales. "Well," she says, half to herself, "even empires have cloudy mornings." The butler closes his pocket watch. "And yet," he says softly, "breakfast will still be served tomorrow." You step closer to the table. The bowl of porridge sits untouched except for those 2 spoonfuls, steam fading into the still air. You notice the swirl left behind, half clockwise, half counterclockwise, the pattern forming something between harmony and rebellion. Maybe that's what truth looks like when you serve it in porcelain. The scent of porridge still lingers in the air, faint, earthy, strangely intimate. The Queen's chair stands empty again, her half-finished bowl left behind like a whisper. It's odd how something so plain can feel so heavy, as though the weight of meaning itself has settled into the steam that's already fading. The staff begins to move once more, quietly, carefully. The butler signals the youngest maid to remove the dish, but she hesitates. Her hands hover over the porcelain, trembling slightly. Mr. Hughes notices. "Gently, Clara," he murmurs. "It's not a weapon." She nods, blushing, and lifts the bowl as though it contains secrets, which in a way it does. You watch her disappear through the side door, the faint clink of porcelain echoing down the hall. The rest of the room exhales again, their movements slow but deliberate. The moment of the Queen's departure always feels like this, a strange blend of relief and reverence. The butler checks the clock. 10 minutes behind schedule, he mutters. "We'll have to make it up during luncheon prep." Mrs. Dunwoody, still in the doorway, snorts softly. "She can be late," she says. "Time bends for her. But us? We chase it like thieves." You follow her down the corridor toward the kitchen again. The air grows warmer, alive with movement. When you enter, the kitchen is already in recovery mode. Pots soaking, pans steaming, the low hum of conversation threading through the chaos. Clara, the young maid, is standing near the wash basin, staring at the bowl of porridge, as if it might answer back. Mrs. Dunwoody strides over. "What are you waiting for, girl? The oats won't confess their sins." Clara startles, then whispers, "She said it was honest." The older woman pauses, softening. "Aye, she did." "What did she mean?" Mrs. Dunwoody wipes her hands on her apron, then looks at the girl, really looks at her. She meant it tasted of what it was, no perfume, no disguise, Sometimes the Queen gets tired of masks. You see something flicker in Clara's expression, confusion, then empathy. "Do you ever think," she asks, "that she'd rather eat downstairs with us?" The kitchen falls still for half a second. Even the clatter of pans pauses mid-air. Mrs. Dunwoody chuckles quietly. "Oh, child," she says. "If the Queen ever sat here, she'd feel freer than she has in years. But she never will. The crown's a tablecloth. Once you spread it, you can't leave the table." You feel that line settle deep in the air, heavy and true. Here's your historical fact. Queen Victoria was known to dine privately when she needed escape from ceremony, but even those private meals were choreographed, one servant only, one course at a time, and every motion still recorded in the day's journal. Historians still debate whether those moments were rebellion or ritual in disguise. Rebellion hidden inside routine. You're starting to see how much of this palace lives by that rule. Clara, still staring at the porridge bowl, says softly, "It's still warm." Mrs. Dunwoody sighs. "Then don't waste it." The girl hesitates only a moment before picking up a spoon. She takes a small taste, tentative. Her face changes. "It's good," she whispers, surprised. "Really good?" Mrs. Dunwoody grins. "Honesty often is." Your quirky tidbit. In some royal kitchens, it was tradition for leftover breakfast dishes to be shared among lower staff, not out of charity, but superstition. They believed eating the monarch's leavings brought good fortune. The practice quietly continued for decades, even after it was officially forbidden. As Clara eats, one of the footmen leans against the doorway watching. "You know," he says, "that they used to say whoever finished the Queen's porridge would dream of her." Mrs. Dunwoody laughs. "Then I hope she dreams of clean spoons, because that's what she'll be doing next." The laughter that follows isn't disrespectful. It's relief. A tiny rebellion of humanity in a world built on performance. But then, as the noise fades, Clara speaks again. "She looked sad today." The kitchen quiets again. "She always looks calm," the footman says. "That's the job." "No," Clara insists softly. "This was different. She looked like she wanted to be anywhere else." No one answers for a long moment. The only sound is the steady bubble of water on the stove and the soft scrape of spoons against ceramic. Finally, Mrs. Dunwoody says, "Maybe she did, but queens don't get to want things, only to receive them." That line hangs in the air, heavier than steam. The beekeeper enters then, wiping his hands on a rag, the faint scent of wax and wildflowers following him. "The honey's been replaced," he announces. "Tomorrow's will be from Devon." Mrs. Dunwoody nods approvingly. "Good. She'll need something sweeter after a morning like this." He glances at the empty bowl on the counter. "So it's true then? Porridge?" She grunts. "Plain." He whistles softly. "That's either penance or prophecy." He sets a new jar of honey on the counter. The light catches it, and for a moment the kitchen glows gold. "Best keep tomorrow cheerful," he adds. "The bees don't like gloom." Mrs. Dunwoody rolls her eyes but smiles. "Tell that to the weather." You stand quietly in the corner, watching them. The Queen's world above and theirs below are different planets, orbiting the same sun. And yet somehow they understand her in ways no courtier ever could. You realize something as you watch Clara finish the last of the porridge. The Queen's rituals aren't just about power, they're about faith. A fragile belief that perfection can hold chaos at bay, that sweetness can survive scrutiny, that even plain oats can mean something if served with care. Maybe that's why she asked for porridge, not rebellion, not message, just fatigue. A morning too heavy for silver and ceremony. The kitchen begins to hum again, the spell broken. Pans clatter, ovens roar back to life.
Life, as always, resumes. Mrs. Dunwoody picks up the empty bowl, inspects it, and smiles faintly. "Well," she says, "at least someone finished breakfast today." You follow her back toward the stairs. As you ascend, you hear the distant murmur of voices in the hallway, clerks, couriers, schedules resuming their reign. And at the very top of the staircase the air shifts once more. The silence returns cool and measured. The world of linen and silver waiting for its queen. You glance back one last time at the warmth of the kitchen below, the laughter, the steam. 2 worlds, 1 table. And somewhere between them, the truth. The morning stretches into its quieter hours now, the palace resettling after breakfast, like a great animal shifting in sleep. The Queen has retreated to her writing room, some say to read dispatches, others to think in silence, but her absence leaves a resonance as though her presence has imprinted itself on the very air. You walk again through the corridors, your footsteps echoing softly over marble floors. Servants pass with lowered eyes carrying trays, folded notes, polished silver, all moving in their invisible orbit around that single breakfast table that governs so much more than it should. You find yourself drawn toward a tall set of double doors flanked by portraits of past monarchs. Their painted eyes follow you with varying degrees of judgment. The brass nameplate reads, "The Breakfast Ledger Room." Of course there's a ledger room. You push the door open. The smell of ink and paper fills your lungs instantly, a scent sharp and ancient like history itself, breathing through dust. Inside, rows of narrow desks stretch toward the window, each piled with leather-bound books in shades of brown, blue, and black. Some so old their titles have worn away completely. At the far end sits a man so still you think he might be carved from the same oak as his chair. He looks up slowly, pen poised mid-air. "You're late," he says, but his tone is mild, almost teasing. "For what?" you ask. "For the record," he replies, gesturing toward a small open space on his desk. "Everything must be witnessed, even your wandering." You step closer and see what he's writing. Each page is divided into columns labeled date, table order, incident, temperament, and notable remarks. The handwriting is immaculate, slanted, almost calligraphic. He dips his pen again. "You've come from the breakfast room, haven't you? I can tell by the smell of oats." You blink. You record what she eats. Course, every meal, every sip, every silence. Breakfast is where the truth hides. He turns the page to show you past entries. Tuesday, the 4th, tea, acceptable, fruit, orderly, minor tension observed between dukes, harmony restored by buttered toast. Friday, the 7th, porridge requested. No additions, mood introspective, staff subdued but steady. It's all here, every morning, every quiet triumph, every unspoken storm. Why record all this, you ask? He doesn't look up. Because memory fades, paper does not. Here's your historical fact. For over 2 centuries, British royal households have maintained meal records, not for nutrition, but for diplomacy. Each entry noted not just the food served, but the Queen's mood, her conversation, and the behavioural temperature of the room. Historians still argue whether these ledgers were tools of governance or therapy disguised as bureaucracy. The clerk closes one of the books and slides it aside with care. "It began as accounting," he explains. "But over time it became reflection. If you look closely, you'll see patterns, the same dishes returning in times of trouble, the same absences marking grief." He pauses, resting his hand lightly on one of the older ledgers. After her husband's death, for instance, she took only tea and bread for nearly a year. Sometimes 2 cups, sometimes 3. The ledgers tell you more about her heart than any biography.
You trace the spines of the books nearest you. Each is labelled by year, 1861, 1873, 1888. Decades of breakfasts preserved like fossils of emotion. You open one at random. The pages whisper as you turn them, and you find an entry written in darker ink than the rest. The Queen laughed today, unprompted. Subject, the absurdity of toast racks. Staff, visibly relieved. Order, restored. It's dated 5 years after her husband's passing. The clerk smiles faintly when he sees what you're reading. Ah, that one. They say the sound startled a footman so much he dropped a tray. She told him it was the best sound he'd ever hear from her. He agreed. He sets his pen down and leans back. The breakfast table is the mirror of the crown. If you want to understand a monarch, don't read her speeches, read her menus. Your quirky tidbit, one entry in a royal breakfast ledger from 1890 reads simply, "Tea strong, silence deeper." Scholars have debated its meaning for years, suspecting it referred to a private political crisis. But one former footman later confessed it was only because the Queen had a sore throat. History, you realize, is full of misunderstandings like that, tiny moments inflated by distance, ordinary gestures mistaken for symbolism. The clerk notices your thoughtful silence. "We are trained to see meaning everywhere," he says, "because meaning keeps the world steady. If breakfast remains in order, so does the realm." You think about that, the fragile chain of belief that links a spoon's angle to the empire's peace. The clerk rises slowly, stretching his stiff legs. "Would you like to see the first entry ever made in this room?" You nod. He crosses to a locked cabinet and retrieves a small, battered book bound in green leather. He opens it, carefully, reverently. Inside, written in faded ink, is a single line. Day 1. The Queen prefers quiet mornings, that's all. No menu, no notes, no observations. Just a declaration of peace disguised as preference. He closes the book gently. "Every morning since then," he says softly, "we've been chasing that same quiet." You look around the room, the endless ledgers, the neat stacks of paper, the pens resting in order. It feels sacred, but also tragic. A lifetime of mornings captured and catalogued, yet never lived beyond these pages. The clerk returns to his chair. "Tomorrow," he says, "we'll add another line, the porridge day." He dips his pen in ink and smiles wryly. "I'll write that it was honest." You nod slowly. "And what does that mean to you?" He looks up, eyes thoughtful. "It means she remembered she's human." You leave him there, surrounded by the quiet scratching of ink and the ghostly rustle of paper. Outside, the sun has shifted. The light pouring through the windows has softened, golden and forgiving. The palace seems calmer now, as though even its walls have exhaled. You walk back down the corridor, the echo of the ledgers still whispering behind you. Every entry, every meal, every silence, it all feels suddenly connected. The Queen's breakfast isn't just a ritual, it's a diary written in tea, honey, and porridge. And tomorrow, the pen will lift again. The lemon incident begins with a gesture so small it almost feels polite, a gentlemanly squeeze of citrus over a silver dish. You watch it happen in slow motion, like a film where the hero's fatal flaw is an over-eager condiment. The ambassador, arriving from a country where lemons are common as gossip, thinks he's being charming. He thinks he's offering brightness. He does not know he is offering offence. You are there, of course, watching from the corner, because that is what you do now. The bowl before the ambassador holds a delicate cold fish course arranged like a pale fan. The lemon wedge shines like a miniature sun. He brings it close, tilts back his wrist with the confidence of a man who has never lost his place in a ballroom, and lets a ribbon of juice fall in a neat arc across the flesh. For a heartbeat, nothing happens. Then a ripple moves around the table, a tremor you feel in your teeth rather than here. The Duchess to his right half turns, the Duke to his left half bends, and the butler performs that tiny, terrible twitch you've been watching for all morning. The Queen's lips press together. You know what that particular set of muscles means. History is about to sharpen into consequence. Here's your mainstream fact. In the 19th century, citrus, lemons and oranges were luxury items in high society. They were imported, costly to keep fresh, and often displayed as symbols of wealth and reach. A lemon on your plate spoke of trade routes, of ships that crossed storms. It could also suggest foreignness to the point of impropriety. Historians still argue whether such displays were classical taste or thinly veiled diplomacy. The ambassador, blissfully ignorant, keeps squeezing. A flurry of droplets lands, some on the fish, some on a napkin. One daring speck flies and beads on the rim of the Queen's glass. Eyes slide to the rim. You remember the napkin code from earlier, the folds that whisper warnings, and you half expect someone to announce a state of emergency in polite tones. Then the offensive history arrives. A minister at a previous court once used citrus as a gesture of political alignment, squeezed lemon signifying a trade preference or a subtle rebuke, depending on which diary you read. The lemon in that telling became a small flag. Perhaps that's why your grandmothers warn about giving guests lemons. You are handing them a message in flavour. The Queen clears her throat once, not loud, not angry, just a single, calibrated sound. The ambassador flushes, thinking he has erred in presentation. He murmurs an apology in his florid accent. "Oh, my apologies, Your Majesty. I did not—" He isn't allowed to finish. Protocol is faster than embarrassment. "Ambassador," the butler says gently, as if instructing a child to stop scuffing his shoes on the carpet. In this house, condiments are not used as commentary. A blush spreads across 3 cheeks at once. Someone nearby coughs into their napkin to hide a smile. You, however, have the audacity to grin because underneath the politeness there is a human comedy unfolding. There's a fringe tidbit you will enjoy. One whisper in the household archives suggests a foreign envoy once sent jars of preserved lemons to the Queen with a note implying, "We share your taste." The jars were never opened in the royal kitchen, officially because jar seals were suspicious. Unofficially, a few kitchens later, the preserves made their way into covert recipes for sailors' stews. Historians still argue whether the jars were diplomatic flattery or attempted influence. The ambassador, mortified, tries to regain composure. He offers the Queen a second wedge, meant as atonement perhaps, as if citrus can be reversed. She declines it with the gentlest possible motion of her hand. That refusal is not merely personal, it's a statement as clear as a banner unfurled. Boundaries exist even for brightness. You notice, as the scene unfolds, the mechanics of forgiveness at this table. A mishap can be smoothed, provided the sovereign wills it, by a quiet comment, a tilt of the head, or the callous neutrality of the butler. The butler, who has seen empires begin and end between the 4th and 5th course, offers a small sideways smile. It means this will not go on your permanent ledger. The conversation shifts, attempts at rescue, by offering compliments about textile, weather, the ambassador's carriage. Everyone is performing damage control with the finesse of acrobats. Another light joke floats from the Duke about citrus diplomacy being a poor career move. It lands like a pebble, then like a stone, and for a second everyone laughs in a way that is both nervous and sincere. That's your first little gag. When in doubt, blame the garnish. Then, in the easiest gesture of all, a quiet repositioning of a salt cellar, the slipping of a sugar bowl, the tension diffuses. The table laughs softly like distant thunder that decided to be kind. Yet you can feel the lesson seeded into the wood: never weaponize your garnish. Despite the Queen's mercy, the incident ripples outward. It becomes a story retold in the servants' stairwell and in the jam mistress's pantry. Each retelling adds another layer. The ambassador's accent becomes more theatrical, the lemon wedge larger, the glass splash more cinematic. The footmen make bets on whether he will ever attend a banquet again. You bet, of course, and lose, because who would resist admiring a diplomat brave enough to flirt with citrus? Call it diplomatic zest. The event enters the ledger that evening. Ambassador's lemon, minor diplomatic awkwardness. Remedy, buttered scones. You read that sentence in your head and feel the absurdity of governance documented like a shopping list. Historians still argue whether small slights recorded in such ledgers had any weight in policy decisions or were merely domestic gossip dressed as statecraft. There's also a more poetic, fringe reading of the lemon incident. Some say it was a deliberate test, an envoy seeking to provoke a gauge of the Queen's temperament. If that's true, the Queen passed. She responded with measured restraint, a lesson in how power handles the unexpected. Others say it was simply citrus. Historians still argue whether it was theatre or truth. You think about the symbolism. Lemon's acid is blunt in flavour and truth, bright, immediate, impossible to ignore. Perhaps that's why it offends. It interrupts the carefully curated taste of a room. It's a flavour that refuses to be averaged into civility. As the morning folds toward noon, the servants carry the remains of the fish course away. The lemon wedge is left on the sideboard, lonely and glistening. Someone reaches to discard it, but pauses. They look at the small sun, then at the ledger, then at the Queen's empty chair, and decide, gently, to place it in a small glass. It becomes a relic of a morning that might have been a crisis, and turned instead into a lesson. You leave the room thinking about wedges and words, about how a single squeeze can ricochet through a court. You also think about your own mornings, the way you use flavour to announce mood, how easily you've weaponized a cup of coffee or a curt email. Perhaps etiquette is less about forbidding and more about remembering how a tiny action can bloom into consequence. As you step back into the corridor, the bright lemon scent seems to linger on your fingers, as if the palace itself is reluctant to let go of the lesson. You smile again, quieter this time, and realize that sometimes history arrives in citrus, tart, sharp, impossible to ignore. By the time the lemon's legend has trickled down through the palace, it has already begun to transform. What started as a small, sour accident becomes a parable in the servants' hall, a caution in the butler's whisper, a joke in the kitchen. But upstairs, where stories move slower and weigh more, it becomes something else entirely. You return to the breakfast room the following morning, half expecting everything to be ordinary again. But there's something in the air, a quiet vigilance, the kind that clings after embarrassment. You can almost smell it, citrus and caution. The table looks perfect, of course it always does, every knife aligned, every plate centered to mathematical precision. And yet, there's no lemon, not even a hint of yellow on the porcelain horizon. The butler, Mr. Hughes, stands near the Queen's chair, his hands folded behind his back, his expression somewhere between serenity and survival. He catches your eye and mutters under his breath, "We've banned the fruit." You blink. "All of it?" He nods gravely. "Until further notice." You can't help yourself. What's further notice mean? When Her Majesty laughs about it. That, you think, might take decades. But then, as if summoned by the thought, the door opens and she enters. She's dressed in lavender today, soft, deliberate, unthreatening. Her movements are calm, but there's a new sharpness to her gaze, as though she's inspecting the morning for signs of rebellion. The room stiffens into reverence. "Good morning." she says. "Good morning, Your Majesty," the staff chorus. She sits. The chair barely creaks. It wouldn't dare. The silver glints under the light like obedient stars. Breakfast begins as usual. Tea first, milk after, of course. Then toast, fruit, all delivered with quiet rhythm. The butler glides from place to place like a ghost with impeccable timing. But there's tension in every motion, an invisible tremor running beneath the ritual. Everyone remembers yesterday's lemon. Even the air seems to avoid being too sharp. The Queen stirs her tea. She sips once, twice, then sets it down. "Where are the lemons?" she asks. The room stops breathing. The butler, ever brave, steps forward. "Your Majesty, it was thought, given yesterday's citrus difficulties, that they might be withheld until—" "Until what?" Her tone is mild, but mildness here is more dangerous than thunder. Mr. Hughes swallows. "Until the atmosphere was more neutral." She blinks once. "Neutral lemons?" He falters. "Precisely, ma'am." And then, like sunlight breaking through a storm, she laughs. It's soft at first, uncertain but unmistakably real. It ripples outward like a tide no one dared hope for. The servants glance at one another, disbelieving, and you swear someone in the corner wipes away a tear of pure relief. She shakes her head slightly, smiling. "Good heavens, Mr. Hughes, you make it sound as if we were negotiating a treaty." He bows. "Every morning is, Your Majesty." Her laughter grows, gentle and genuine. It's the kind of sound that instantly dissolves hierarchy, at least for a heartbeat. You can feel it in the room. The stiffness melts. Shoulders ease. Someone at the sideboard exhales audibly. The kitchen staff beyond the door must hear it too, because the air itself seems to warm. The Queen lifts her teacup again, smiling faintly at the reflection in the saucer. "The ambassador meant no harm," she says. "He was trying to help." "Yes, ma'am," the butler replies. "Still," she adds, "I've decided to forgive the lemon." The line hangs in the air, absurd and royal in equal measure. Mr. Hughes bows again. "Then the fruit shall be restored to service." "Not immediately," she says, a hint of playfulness glimmering in her eyes. "Let them ripen a bit first." You almost laugh yourself. The Queen has weaponized timing, turning humour into policy. Here's your historical fact. Queen Victoria was famous for moments like this. Lightness that arrived unexpectedly, transforming tension into legend. Servants and courtiers would recount them for years afterward, often embellishing them into full-blown parables of grace. Historians still debate whether these flashes of wit were spontaneous or carefully calibrated performances of humanity. The Queen reaches for her toast, spreads a thin layer of honey, and takes a bite. The room relaxes around her. The rhythm of breakfast resumes: silver, porcelain, breath. But you notice something new in her expression. A hint of amusement, yes, but also something else. A flicker of reflection. She glances toward the empty lemon dish. "It's strange," she says quietly, half to herself. "A thing so small can disturb so many." No one replies. She looks up again. Perhaps that's the lesson. Everything small matters, doesn't it? Her eyes drift toward the sunlight streaming through the tall window. That's how kingdoms fall and how they survive, by teaspoons. Mr. Hughes bows, the movement both reverent and understanding. "Quite so, Your Majesty." And for a moment the air feels holy. Your quirky tidbit, the lemon affair, as it came to be known among the palace staff, led to an unspoken rule that no acidic food was to appear before noon unless explicitly requested. The Queen later overturned it with a handwritten note, simply, "Bring back the lemons. We've all survived worse." You imagine that note framed somewhere in the servants' quarters, a quiet emblem of endurance. The breakfast continues, now lighter, freer.
You can feel the collective heartbeat in sync again. The Queen even asks after Mrs. Dunwoody's jam. "The honey was lovely yesterday. Tell her the bees have my compliments." It's a simple remark, but for the kitchen below, it will be a holiday. When the meal ends, she rises gracefully. Her smile lingers, not grand, not royal, but human. And just before she leaves, she glances once more at the vacant lemon dish and says softly, "Perhaps tomorrow a slice. It's not a command, it's permission." As the doors close behind her, the butler exhales, shoulders sagging in silent gratitude. "Well," he says, "the Empire's safe for another day." The maids begin to move again, their laughter returning like birds after a storm. You watch it all with quiet awe. The Queen's breakfast table, this stage of silver and silence, has survived another morning's drama, transformed catastrophe into calm with a laugh and a line about citrus. That's the strange genius of etiquette, you realize. It doesn't deny chaos, it domesticates it. And somewhere in the lingering scent of honey and polished silver, you feel the truth. Civilization is built not on power, but on small acts of grace repeated every morning until they feel like peace. The laughter fades, leaving only the low hum of satisfaction, the sort of silence that follows a storm well survived. The Queen's breakfast table gleams again as though nothing had ever gone wrong. But you know better. You can almost feel the memory of the lemon hovering somewhere in the air, not as scandal now, but as myth, absorbed into the walls, softened by time and repetition. The butler, Mr. Hughes, stands by the window, gazing out into the gardens. The sunlight glances off his silver hair, and you see something in his expression you haven't noticed before: fatigue. Not of the body, but of the spirit, a kind of reverent weariness. He murmurs softly to no one in particular, "She forgave the lemon, but I don't think she's forgiven the morning." You step closer. "You mean yesterday's tension?" He turns, half smiling. Every day has its tension. It's the currency of service. The maids have begun clearing again, but slower now, almost tenderly, as if afraid to break the fragile peace. The clinking of porcelain sounds like a lullaby. Mr. Hughes gestures toward the far end of the table. "You see that chair?" You nod. "That's where the late Prince used to sit," he says. He'd slice the fruit for her. Lemons occasionally. Never once caused an incident. His voice lowers. After he passed, she didn't allow citrus for nearly a year, said the scent reminded her too much of his hands. You feel the weight of that confession. It's not gossip, it's grief preserved as protocol. Here's your historical fact. After Prince Albert's death in 1861, Queen Victoria entered a period of profound mourning that influenced even her table habits. She avoided foods, scents, and even colours that reminded her of him. The kitchen staff called those years the quiet decade, when breakfasts were nearly silent, and the Queen's appetite was so faint that servants often pretended she'd eaten more than she had. Historians still debate whether this was devotion or despair, ritualized into habit. You glance again at the empty lemon dish, the faint shine left where it once sat. "She laughed today," you say. "Yes," the butler replies softly. "She's learning to forgive the mornings again." He moves toward the sideboard where a small book lies open beside a glass of water. You recognize it immediately. The breakfast ledger. The ink is still wet from today's entry. Curious, you lean close enough to read. Thursday, tea proper, toast adequate, honey praised, lemon restored in principle, general serenity observed. You smile. You make it sound like scripture. He chuckles. In this house it might as well be. The last of the dishes vanish, leaving the table bare once more. Only a single folded napkin remains. A small oversight, perhaps deliberate.
Mr. Hughes reaches for it, but then pauses. "Leave it," he says quietly. "Let it rest a moment." He moves toward the door, but halfway there he stops and turns back. "You know," he says, "there's something people misunderstand about etiquette. They think it's about control, about rank and fear." You tilt your head. "And it's not?" He shakes his head slowly. "It's about mercy. Etiquette is how we protect one another from the violence of honesty." The words stop you cold. He walks toward the window again, gazing at the garden below. Truth is sharp, unfiltered, like lemon. Etiquette sweetens it, makes it bearable. That's why we bow, why we fold, why we pour milk second. It's not vanity, it's compassion disguised as order. You let that settle in the quiet. Your quirky tidbit. In late Victorian etiquette manuals, several passages describe politeness not as subservience, but as an act of moral kindness, the art of sparing others from discomfort. One famous hostess even wrote that civility was a velvet glove upon the hand of honesty. The phrase spread quietly through drawing rooms and eventually appeared in letters from court ladies, each adding their own variations. You think about how much truth that phrase holds. Mr. Hughes adjusts his cuffs. "Every morning we rehearse that mercy. The Queen most of all. Her restraint is a form of love she can't show any other way." "Even when she seems cold?" you ask. "Especially then," he replies. "The colder she appears, the harder she's working to keep the world gentle." He glances at the door where the Queen had exited earlier, then adds softly, "A ruler can't afford rage, so she teaches herself serenity, one breakfast at a time." You imagine her now, alone in her writing room, the sunlight falling over her papers. Maybe she's thinking of the lemon. Maybe she's already forgotten. But something tells you she hasn't. You think she remembers everything, the mistakes, the laughter, the forgiveness folded into each morning's routine. The butler closes the ledger with a decisive snap and sets it aside. "Tomorrow," he says, "we'll restore the lemon to the table, properly supervised, of course." He smiles faintly. History repeats itself, but with better manners. You both stand in silence, the moment balanced delicately between humour and reverence. Outside, the garden glows in late morning light. Bees drift lazily from flower to flower, carrying the memory of yesterday's honey. Somewhere far below, the clatter of the kitchen resumes, steel against wood, life carrying on. Mr. Hughes glances toward the window again. "Do you hear that? The bees?" "Yes, they never stop working, but they never hurry. That's how I like to think of service. Constant, but calm." He turns toward you, eyes kind but tired. "Remember this. Grace isn't natural, it's practiced." You nod slowly. "And the Queen practices every morning?" "Until the world believes it's effortless," he says. "That's her gift." The clock on the mantel strikes 11. A thin chime cuts the air, elegant, inevitable. He straightens his coat, glances once more at the table, and smiles. "Well, that's breakfast concluded." And with that, he leaves. You remain for a moment longer, the room empty except for the folded napkin and the faint smell of lemon long gone. You reach out and touch the cloth gently. The fabric is still warm from the morning, and you realize that what you've been witnessing all along isn't just a meal. It's a daily act of redemption, perfection, forgiveness, repetition. The quiet rituals of a woman holding the world, steady with nothing but a cup of tea and the calm of her own voice. When the Queen laughs, the whole palace seems to shift half an inch towards sunlight. But when she goes quiet again, as she does the following morning, the air folds back into symmetry. You can feel it before you even enter the breakfast room, the hush of polished routines, the faint echo of yesterday's warmth settling into memory. Today's table looks unchanged, but that's the trick of habit. Beneath the perfect symmetry, small evolutions hide. There's the lemon dish, returned to service, glistening with slices so thin you could read scripture through them. And beside it, a single sprig of mint. You don't know if that was the Queen's request or the butler's small act of optimism. Either way, it feels like a compromise between caution and courage. Mr. Hughes is already stationed by the mantel clock, inspecting the silver minute hand as though it's a subordinate. 3 minutes to the hour, he murmurs, predictably prompt. He straightens his cuffs and glances towards you. The Queen's good humour never lasts more than a day after laughter. She pays for joy like a debt. You open your mouth to ask what he means, but before you can, the door opens. She enters alone today, no attendant, no fanfare. The pale blue gown again, though her expression is different, softer but remote.
She sits at her usual place, her movements smaller, quieter, as if she's conserving something invisible. The servants move like shadows around her, each step measured, each sound subdued. The teapot pours, the steam curls upward in slow ribbons. She takes her cup, stirs once, clockwise. A relief, subtle but real, ripples through the room. Breakfast begins again. This morning, her meal is lighter, a single egg, toast without crusts and fruit. The honey from Devon gleams faintly in its glass jar, but she ignores it. Instead, she reaches for the lemon dish, a collective inhale. Her fingers hover briefly over the slices before she chooses one and places it delicately on her plate. She studies it for a moment, no expression, no sound, then folds her napkin over her lap and begins to eat. Nothing happens. And somehow that's remarkable. Here's your historical fact. After moments of perceived disorder, Queen Victoria was known to recreate exact versions of the disrupted ritual as a way of restoring authority, not to punish, but to re-establish equilibrium. Her breakfast table became a kind of stage for redemption, where yesterday's chaos could be rewritten with precision. Historians still debate whether this was superstition, control, or therapy disguised as protocol. You watch her carefully. There's no tension in her face now, only concentration. She cuts her toast into even quarters, buttering each piece identically. She doesn't look up once, and then suddenly she speaks. "Do you know," she says, her voice calm but carrying, "that my mother once told me a queen must never taste bitterness unless she chooses it?" The butler freezes mid-step, unsure if she expects a reply. She continues more softly. "I used to think she meant power, but perhaps she only meant lemons." The faintest smile touches her lips. It vanishes almost immediately. No one dares move. Even you feel the strange gravity of the moment, the way humor in her voice bends into something older, heavier. She eats slowly, thoughtfully, as though each bite is both ritual and memory. You imagine the ledger clerk in his study, waiting to record lemon served, balance restored. But you know there's more to it than that. When the Queen finishes, she sets her fork down gently and looks toward the window. The sky outside is pale, streaked with the colour of weak tea. "Mr. Hughes," she says without turning her head. "Yes, Your Majesty?" "Did the ambassador send his apology?" "He did, ma'am. Delivered this morning." "And?" "He enclosed a small gift." "A gift?" He gestures subtly to a silver tray near the sideboard. Upon it sits a small wooden box, tied with gold ribbon. She beckons. The box is carried to her, unwrapped and opened. Inside, nestled in soft tissue, lies a single lemon tree sapling, its leaves bright, its soil still damp. The room holds its breath again. You lean closer to see her face, searching for reaction,
but her expression remains unreadable. She touches one of the leaves lightly, then withdraws her hand. "A living thing," she says quietly. "How rare a gift these days." Her eyes linger on the sapling for a long moment. Then with a faint, decisive nod, she closes the lid and says, "Plant it near the east window, somewhere with morning light." "Yes, ma'am," says the butler. She stands, smoothing her skirts, and for a second she seems almost translucent in the pale light, like part of the morning itself. As she leaves the room, she adds, without looking back, "Tell him I accept his peace offering, but no more gifts that require watering." The door closes. Laughter breaks out almost immediately. Not loud, not irreverent, but the kind that trembles between exhaustion and joy. The servants grin at one another, relief softening every line of their faces. Mr. Hughes lets out a low whistle. "And thus," he murmurs, "the international lemon crisis concludes." One of the maids, Clara, giggles behind her hand. "Will the tree survive?" He smiles. "If it doesn't, we'll say it flourished." The tension dissolves completely, replaced by that strange post-ceremonial warmth that feels almost human. You find yourself laughing too, quietly, because even amid this theatre of order and formality, you can feel something alive pulsing underneath it all, something defiant and ordinary. Your quirky tidbit years later, records from Windsor mention a small lemon tree growing near the east window of the private conservatory. It bore fruit exactly once, and one of its lemons was supposedly served, sliced thin as paper, at breakfast. The Queen reportedly smiled when she saw it and said, "I suppose that's forgiveness, finally ripened." You imagine that lemon now, sunlight caught inside it, the echo of laughter preserved in its rind. And as the servants begin clearing the table again, you realize that what's truly astonishing isn't how fragile this world is, it's how it survives its own fragility every single day. Etiquette, honey, porridge, lemons, all of it forms a system of balance, like the strings of a harp. Pluck one too hard, and the whole sound warps. But played gently, with care and rhythm, it becomes something close to peace. Outside, in the garden beyond the tall windows, the light brightens. You think of the sapling that will soon be planted, its small roots taking hold in royal soil. Maybe, you think, that's what all this ceremony has been about from the beginning, not to preserve perfection, but to plant forgiveness and hope where they might grow unnoticed. In the corner, the butler begins humming softly, something slow and wordless, the tune carrying faintly through the room. The breakfast table stands gleaming once more, order restored, but alive with memory. And somewhere, perhaps, the Queen sits in her writing room, smiling faintly at the thought that tomorrow's lemon will be her own. The next morning begins not with porcelain or polished silver, but with soil. You follow the butler and a gardener named Harrow down a side corridor that leads to the East Conservatory, the same place the Queen had mentioned the day before. The air here smells different from the rest of the palace, warmer, sweeter, alive. Sunlight filters through tall glass panels, streaked faintly with condensation. The sound of trickling water fills the room. Potted ferns spill over carved stone urns, and in the centre a patch of dark, freshly turned earth waits, an empty stage for the new arrival. Harrow, a man built like an oak and twice as patient, carries the small wooden box as though it contains something holy. "She said morning light," he murmurs, almost to himself. The butler nods. "This will do." He glances at you. "You may as well witness it. There's only one first planting." You stand a few feet back as Harrow kneels, opens the box, and gently lifts out the sapling. The lemon tree, pale green leaves trembling slightly in the air. He loosens the roots, spreads them delicately across the soil, and begins to press earth around the base. "There," he says softly, more to the plant than to the room. "Welcome to the monarchy." The butler smiles faintly, but his tone is reverent. Few living things get this close to permanence. Here's your historical fact. The royal conservatories were often used as quiet memorials. Each plant had a story, a person, a place, or a peace offering attached. Some trees were gifts from ambassadors, others grown from seeds brought home by explorers. In a sense, they were the Queen's silent court, an empire of leaves. Historians still debate whether the Queen's devotion to her conservatories reflected a love of nature or of order she could nurture without conflict. As Harrow pats the last of the soil into place, he steps back and nods. "That's it." The butler studies the sapling for a moment. "Do you think it'll survive?" "Everything survives here," Harrow says, "one way or another." The butler looks unconvinced. "Everything except us." Harrow chuckles. "You'd be surprised. We compost well." You can't help but laugh under your breath. They both turn to you, mildly startled by the sound. Human laughter here, in this glass cathedral of order. But then they smile, as though realizing that even in service, humor is the first sign of freedom. The butler kneels briefly, brushing soil from his gloves. "She'll want to see it this afternoon," he says. "We'll need to polish the path." Harrow raises an eyebrow. "Polish the path?" "Her Majesty dislikes dust." Harrow sighs. "It's a garden." "And yet," the butler says, "it must behave like a drawing room." You watch them work for a while longer, adjusting the plant's angle, trimming stray leaves, dabbing the pot's rim with a clean cloth. It's a strange ritual, half sacred, half absurd. Then, just as they finish, a soft voice cuts through the air behind you. "Beautiful," says the Queen. You all turn. She stands in the doorway, her silhouette framed by sunlight. She isn't in formal attire, no jewels, no crown, only a plain grey shawl draped over her shoulders. The colour makes her look smaller, softer. She steps closer, eyes on the sapling. "It reminds me of Italy," she says quietly. The air smelled of lemons there, sharp and clean. The butler bows slightly. "Your Majesty, it should take root within a week." "Let's hope it has better manners than its fruit," she says, smiling faintly. Even Harrow chuckles at that, though he quickly lowers his head. The Queen kneels slightly, just enough to touch one leaf between her fingers. She holds it there for a long moment, her expression unreadable. "Strange, isn't it?" she murmurs. "Something so small, so ordinary, can outlive every name in this room." The butler answers carefully. "Its care is our honour, ma'am." She doesn't respond right away. Then, "Yes, that's what I tell myself too." You sense something different in her tone, not melancholy exactly, but acceptance. Your quirky tidbit, in later years it became tradition for visiting children, nieces, nephews and grandchildren, to receive a single leaf from the lemon tree as a keepsake. According to one lady-in-waiting's diary, the Queen herself once said, "If I cannot outgrow my duties, perhaps a tree can do it for me." The Queen straightens again, brushing the soil from her glove. "Mr. Hughes," she says, "I've decided tomorrow's breakfast will be taken here." The butler blinks. "In the conservatory, Your Majesty?" "Yes." She looks toward the small wooden table near the window. "That one will do. Bring tea, bread, and—" She pauses, almost smiling. "Lemons, if they behave." "As you wish, ma'am." And then she leaves, her footsteps soft against the tiled floor. For a moment, none of you speak. The room feels brighter now, though the light hasn't changed. The butler exhales. Breakfast in the conservatory. First time in 30 years. Harrow dusts his hands and smiles. Maybe she's finally tired of walls. You look at the small lemon tree, its leaves catching the sunlight like coins. The air smells faintly of soil, wax, and something new. Tomorrow, breakfast will happen here, not at the long table of rules and ledgers, but among roots and light. It's as if the palace itself has decided to breathe differently. You wonder what it will feel like, the queen among leaves, her tea steeping in real sunlight, no ceiling to hold her breath. For once you think, maybe etiquette will loosen its grip, just enough to let grace grow wild. The butler adjusts his gloves again, but this time his voice carries a warmth you've never heard before. Tomorrow, he says, will be beautiful. You nod. Yes, you whisper, and honest. Outside, a bee drifts past the window, lazy, golden, unaware it's just witnessed diplomacy bloom. Morning comes softer this time. The palace still hums with its usual discipline, but something in the rhythm feels different. A pulse unmeasured by clocks. You follow the scent of damp earth and beeswax to the East Conservatory, where breakfast has been transformed. No marble walls today, no chandelier glare. Just sunlight, filtered through glass mottled with dew. The air is thick with the perfume of citrus leaves and wet soil. On a small wrought-iron table near the lemon sapling sits the Queen's breakfast. Tea, toast, honey, and of course a perfect dish of thinly sliced lemons. You pause at the doorway. For once, no servants hover within arm's reach. The butler waits quietly in the background, out of sight but present like a guardian of equilibrium. The rest of the palace seems to have paused to see if this new setting will hold. The Queen sits alone, back straight, posture unflinching even in this softened place. She's wearing grey again, though sunlight turns it silver. The shawl from yesterday is folded neatly over the back of her chair. In front of her, a single teacup sends ribbons of steam into the morning air. You can almost hear the garden breathing. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she says, without looking up. You step closer, unsure if she's speaking to you or to herself. "After all these years," she continues, "I thought I'd grown tired of mornings, but this one feels honest." The word lands like a key turning in a lock, the same word she used for porridge. She lifts her teacup, takes a measured sip, and sets it down gently. "Did you know," she says, eyes still fixed on the lemon sapling, "that plants prefer routine too? Same hour, same touch, same light. Perhaps they're not so different from queens." Here's your historical fact. Queen Victoria's fondness for plants was more than aesthetic. She kept meticulous notes about her gardens, marking the hour of watering, the growth of each cutting, and the arrival of the first blossoms. Her journals record a belief that plants, like people, thrive best when treated as steady companions, not decorations. Historians still argue whether this revealed empathy or an obsession with control. The Queen breaks a piece of toast but doesn't eat it immediately. Instead, she studies it. The texture, the crumbs, the faint sheen of butter catching the light. "Every crumb obeys," she murmurs, almost with amusement. "If only ministers were as reliable as bread." You laugh softly, and she turns just slightly, as if she's surprised by her own humour. "It's all right," she says. "You may laugh. I find myself very funny these days." There's warmth there, a small, flickering candle of self-awareness that wasn't in her before. She takes a bite, chews thoughtfully, and glances toward the sapling again. "They say lemon trees grow best in poor soil," she muses, something about struggle deepening the flavour. She traces the rim of her cup with one gloved finger. Perhaps that's true of people too. The butler, standing discreetly near the doorway, clears his throat softly, a sound halfway between respect and agreement. "Mr. Hughes," she says without looking up, "you disapprove of breakfast in the conservatory." "Not at all, Your Majesty," he says quickly. "It is unconventional." "Unconventional," she repeats, savouring the word. "Do you know, Mr. Hughes, everything worthwhile begins as unconventional." He bows slightly. "Yes, ma'am." She gestures to the lemon tree. "This, for instance. Yesterday it was a scandal in a bowl. Today it is serenity on a stem." You watch her lift one of the slices of lemon and hold it against the sunlight. The translucent flesh glows gold, almost holy. She places it in her tea, the slice floating like a small sun in a porcelain sky. "There," she says softly, balance restored. For a long while she doesn't speak. She simply sits, sipping slowly, surrounded by light and the faint hum of bees beyond the glass. It's a tableau of calm, not the rigid serenity of ritual, but something gentler, more human. And in that silence you realize something. She's not performing. Not this time. This isn't etiquette or expectation. This is rest. Your quirky tidbit, years later, the conservatory breakfast would become an unrecorded tradition, an occasional reprieve from ceremony. Staff nicknamed it the breathing meal. Whenever the Queen requested it, the rest of the palace adjusted in quiet reverence, pretending she was still at her formal table. One servant wrote that those mornings felt as though the whole household exhaled. The Queen places her cup down, her gaze fixed on the lemon tree again. "I've spent my life surrounded by things that do not forgive mistakes," she says quietly. "But this," she gestures at the sapling, "this will forgive me every morning I forget to look." You feel the weight of that line settle deep into the air. Then she stands, slow but graceful, her hand resting briefly on the table's edge. "Tell them," she says to Mr. Hughes, "that tomorrow's breakfast will return to the dining room, but keep the lemons near the window." "Yes, Your Majesty." She turns to leave, but pauses at the doorway. The sunlight catches her profile, regal, lined, unbreakable. Yet for the first time you see something like peace in it. "Mr. Hughes," she says softly, "perhaps the table was never the problem. Perhaps I was." He starts to speak, but she raises a hand, a small, gentle motion that silences him. No need for contradiction. Some truth should simply be left standing. And with that, she exits, leaving the garden in its golden hush. For a while, no one moves. The butler looks at the untouched honey jar, the empty teacup, the slice of lemon floating quietly in the dregs of sunlight. He whispers, almost to himself, "I think she finally likes mornings again." You glance toward the lemon sapling, its leaves trembling in a stray breeze. The scent of citrus fills the room, faint but fresh, the fragrance of something reborn. You remember what Mrs. Lane said weeks ago. Linen remembers. Maybe soil does too. You take one last look at the empty chair, the golden tea, the sapling growing brighter by the minute, and you realize that breakfast in all its ritual has never been about the food. It's about what remains afterward. The quiet proof that even the most powerful among us still need light, warmth, and forgiveness to grow. Outside, a bee lands gently on the window pane, taps once, and flies away. The Queen's breakfast is over. The day at last begins. By the next morning, the palace returns to its rhythm, but something has changed beneath the polished surface. The servants feel it in the halls, in the kitchen, even in the way the clocks seem to tick slower, gentler. The Queen's breakfast in the conservatory has become a rumour that spreads like sunlight through corridors too long accustomed to shadows. You hear it first in whispers. She took tea with the lemon tree. She smiled at the gardener. She asked for less ceremony. The words move like birds, quick, fluttering, impossible to cage. When you enter the breakfast room again, you half expect the same old geometry of perfection. And yes, it's there, the crystal glimmer, the pristine linen, the butter curls in their regimented ranks. But there's also something new, a kind of quiet courage woven into the fabric of routine. The lemons have returned, of course, but they're arranged differently now, no longer in rigid circles, no longer a military display of slices. Instead, they rest in a small bowl, casual but elegant, as though someone, perhaps even the Queen, had placed them there herself. The butler stands by the sideboard, already sensing your question. Her Majesty requested less orchestration, he says, delicately. Less, you echo. He gives a faint smile. In moderation, an untidy perfection, if you will. He glances toward the doorway, then adds softly, "It seems she's decided to share her mornings again." And indeed, moments later, she enters, not alone this time, but accompanied by her youngest granddaughter, a girl of no more than 7, all curls and questions. The Queen's stride is measured as always, but her hand rests gently on the child's shoulder. The staff bows, the Queen nods, but the air feels different, not tense, not reverent, simply alive. The girl stares at the table in wonder. "So many forks," she whispers. "Do I use all of them?" The Queen's eyes glint with amusement. "Only if you're very hungry." Laughter, real, unrestrained laughter, flickers through the room. You see Mr. Hughes almost smile before catching himself. The Queen leads the child to her seat. "Today," she says, "you'll learn about breakfast." "Proper breakfast?" the girl asks. "Proper," the Queen agrees, but not solemn. She gestures for tea. 2 cups are poured, one with milk, one without. The Queen takes hers as usual, but the girl hesitates. "It smells funny," she says, wrinkling her nose. "Don't drink it," the Queen says, and the entire table seems to exhale at once. Your historical fact for this morning. Queen Victoria's later years were marked by her affection for her grandchildren, who often broke the rigid decorum of the royal household. She allowed small breaches of etiquette in their presence, spontaneous laughter, informal meals, even toys left on tables, tiny rebellions that softened her legend. Historians still debate whether these gestures were indulgence or the Queen's own quiet yearning for simplicity. The Queen lifts a slice of lemon and places it gently into her cup. The child watches, wide-eyed. "Why do you put fruit in your tea?" the Queen smiles. "Because it reminds me to taste before I speak." The girl tilts her head. "Does that work?" "Sometimes," the Queen admits, "but not always." Another ripple of laughter. The butler looks positively bewildered. In his long career of orchestrating composure, laughter has never been part of the breakfast plan. Yet, here it is, real and unscripted, skipping through the air like sunlight on china. The Queen reaches for toast and begins to butter it. The child imitates her clumsily, spreading too much at once. A small chunk of butter slides off and lands squarely on her napkin. For a moment, silence. Then the Queen chuckles, a sound that startles even herself. "I used to do that," she says. "You did?" "Many times," she says. "My governess despaired." "Did she scold you?" "Constantly, but I survived." "Then I'll survive too," the girl says solemnly, and the Queen laughs again, bright and free. You feel the whole palace lean in, as if listening to the sound of a new era being born in a teaspoon's ring. Your quirky tidbit, one of the Queen's great-granddaughters later wrote in her memoirs that Grandmama Victoria laughed with her whole body when she thought no one was watching. Servants would hear it echo through corridors, short, surprised bursts of delight. Some swore it was the sound of history softening. The Queen takes another sip of tea, glancing toward the window. The lemon tree beyond the glass catches the morning light, its leaves trembling with a faint shimmer. She points to it. "Do you see that tree?" The girl nods. "The one with the shiny leaves?" "Yes. It's younger than you are, but already wiser." "Why?" "Because it grows quietly," the Queen says. "It listens more than it speaks, and it doesn't mind being imperfect." The girl studies her for a long moment, then says, "I think you like that too." The Queen's hand pauses over her tea. The room holds still. "Perhaps," she says softly, "perhaps I'm learning." The child grins, and the moment passes like sunlight caught and released through glass. Breakfast continues. There's conversation now and crumbs and the wonderful sound of a small spoon clinking too loudly against a cup. For once, no one seems to mind. Even Mr. Hughes, though maintaining the dignity of his post, allows the corners of his mouth to rise. When the meal ends, the Queen stands. The girl takes her hand. Together they turn toward the window, looking out at the lemon tree. "Will it make lemons soon?" the child asks. "In time," the Queen says. "Everything does when it's ready." Then she adds, with a glimmer of humour, "Though I do hope it waits until after breakfast." The laughter that follows is soft but full, echoing not just in the room, but somewhere deeper in the rhythm of the palace itself. You realize, standing there, that this moment, the Queen, her granddaughter, the sunlight through the glass, is the truest kind of etiquette. Not the kind written in books or polished into habit, but the kind that knows when to let go. Here, at last, the Queen's breakfast has become what it was always meant to be, not a ceremony, but a conversation with time. And as you leave the room, you catch sight of the lemon tree outside, its small green leaves trembling in the breeze, reaching toward light that feels, for the first time, completely free. By the following morning, something extraordinary has happened. Not loudly, not ceremoniously, but quietly, like dew forming on glass. The Queen's laughter has carried farther than anyone expected. It has drifted through the servants' hall, through the kitchen, up staircases, and along narrow corridors, until even the scullery boys and the laundresses are humming as they work. The palace feels lighter, not in architecture, but in spirit. When you step into the breakfast room today, it no longer feels like the stage of perfect control it once was. It feels, oddly, human. The sunlight spills wider, less rehearsed, and the linen, while still immaculate, looks a touch more lived in. Someone has folded the corners with warmth instead of fear. The butler notices you, his expression unusually relaxed. "She's running a bit late," he says, and doesn't sound worried. "Is she unwell?" you ask. He shakes his head. "Just talking to the gardeners." You blink. "At this hour?" She wanted to know how the lemon tree slept. You can't help smiling. "And what did they say?" "That it didn't snore," he replies dryly, which was a relief to everyone. There's laughter nearby, real laughter. It takes you a second to realize it's coming from two maids setting out jam. Normally, this sort of levity would have earned a glare from Mr. Hughes, but today he pretends not to notice. Or maybe he doesn't want to stop it. "Do you think she'll eat in here again?" you ask quietly. He considers it, then nods once. She will. The table has forgiven her. You want to laugh at that, but part of you believes him. Then the doors open, and the Queen enters. She's alone again today, though something about her presence feels larger, not lonelier. There's no shawl, no jewels, just simplicity. Grey silk, sunlight, and the faintest trace of citrus perfume. "Good morning," she says. "Good morning, Your Majesty," the staff answer, but the sound is gentler this time, like a sigh of greeting instead of a choir of obedience. She sits at the head of the table. "I trust the lemon tree enjoyed its first night?" "The gardener reports it did, ma'am," Mr. Hughes says, straight-faced. "He believes it dreams of warmer climates." "Don't we all?" she murmurs. She begins her breakfast with quiet concentration. A spoonful of honey, a sip of tea, a small slice of bread. Everything familiar, but it no longer feels like performance. It feels like practice, as though she's learning how to be present again. After a few minutes, she looks up suddenly. "Mr. Hughes, do you ever grow tired of all this?" The butler blinks. "Of breakfast, ma'am." "Of perfection." He pauses. It's the kind of question no servant is supposed to answer, and yet she's looking directly at him. An invitation, not a command. "I suppose," he says slowly, "I grow tired when perfection forgets its purpose." "And what is its purpose?" "To give peace, ma'am, not pride." She studies him for a moment, then smiles. "Good answer." He bows slightly, and you can almost see the relief in his shoulders. Here's your historical fact. Queen Victoria was known for moments of startling candour with her servants, particularly in her later years. Letters and diaries describe her as terribly direct, but oddly kind, often asking philosophical questions mid-breakfast or mid-walk. Historians still argue whether this reflected loneliness, introspection, or simply the fatigue of maintaining imperial gravity for too long. She continues to eat, but slower now, as though thinking. "Peace, not pride," she repeats softly. "Perhaps that's what I've been missing." Mr. Hughes glances down, unsure if he should respond. "Perhaps," he says. "Your Majesty has found it?" She looks up. "Do I look like someone who has found peace?" He hesitates. "You look," he says, choosing his words with surgical precision, "like someone who has stopped looking for perfection." The Queen's lips twitch in amusement, "Which is much the same thing, isn't it?" "Almost," he replies. A quiet moment passes, one of those rare intervals in which hierarchy dissolves, and what's left are just two people talking, framed by light. She takes another sip of tea. The slice of lemon floats near the rim, its golden circle trembling gently with each movement of her hand. "I used to believe order was love," she says softly. "That if everything was in its place, no one could leave me." You feel the air in the room grow still. Even the servants stop moving. She continues, voice lower. "But order cannot stop departure. It only delays the noticing." No one dares speak. Then, almost as if she regrets her own honesty, she shakes her head lightly and says, "Good heavens, listen to me, turning breakfast into a sermon." The butler smiles faintly. "It's a fine sermon, ma'am, with honey instead of brimstone." The Queen chuckles. "You should write that down. The clerics would faint." The tension breaks. Even the maids smile behind their hands. Your quirky tidbit, one footman once noted in his journal that the Queen preferred laughter to apology, especially in later life. She forgave accidents quickly if followed by wit, he wrote. To make her smile was to earn 2 days of grace. The Queen finishes her tea and sets the cup down gently. "You know," she says, looking around the table, "I used to think etiquette was armour. Now I think it's translation." "Translation, ma'am?" asks Mr. Hughes. "Yes, the language between hearts that are afraid of each other." You feel that line take root in the room. Everyone understands it, even if they can't say why. Outside, sunlight catches the edge of a window pane. A bee drifts by, tapping the glass once, perhaps the same one from yesterday. The Queen follows its movement with her eyes. "Persistent creatures," she says softly, "always returning to sweetness." She stands and the butler moves to pull her chair back. "Breakfast was good," she says. "Not perfect, thank God." Her words hang there, a quiet benediction for the whole house. Then she turns toward the door. "Mr. Hughes, when the lemon tree flowers have the first blossom brought to me, I should like to see how forgiveness smells." He bows. "Yes, Your Majesty." She leaves. When the doors close, the butler releases a long, slow breath. "Peace, not pride," he says again, as if testing the phrase. The maids begin clearing the table. One of them, Clara, looks up and says softly, "Do you think she's happy now?" Mr. Hughes considers. "Happiness isn't the point," he says. "But contentment, that's a revolution." You look out the window. The lemon tree stands tall and bright, leaves glinting like coins of sunlight. Its roots stretch deeper each day, quietly claiming its place in royal soil. And as the staff returns to motion, their movements lighter, you realize that the Queen's breakfast table has changed forever, not in appearance, but in meaning. The ritual still stands, but now it breathes. You can almost hear it sigh. The conservatory glows gold at dawn. Light seeps in through the glass in long, slow ribbons, scattering across marble floors and silver trays. You're there before the others this time, earlier than usual, before the first footsteps of the butler, before the quiet orchestra of porcelain and steam. The lemon tree has grown taller. Overnight, its leaves have unfurled wider, brighter, stretching toward the sun as if answering some invisible summons. There's a stillness in the air, but it's not the old, suffocating stillness of duty. It's expectancy, the hush, before a song begins. And then it happens. You spot it first, a single bud at the very top of the young tree, small as a pearl and trembling faintly in the light. Not yet open, but close, so close you can almost smell it. You whisper to yourself, "She'll want to see this." Moments later, you hear the steady rhythm of polished shoes in the corridor. The butler enters, carrying his silver pocket watch like an heirloom of eternity. He notices the bud, freezes, and his mouth softens into something dangerously close to wonder. "Bless my soul," he murmurs. "It's early." You grin. The Queen won't believe it. "She will," he says. "She asked for it." He means yesterday's promise, the first blossom of forgiveness, and now it's arrived, obedient to her will, or perhaps to her longing. Soon the others enter, maids with linen, footmen with trays, the faint aroma of toast and honey following them like music. There's less ceremony today. The movements are smoother, quieter, but without tension. The staff talk softly as they work. "Did you hear?" one whispers. "She said no formal announcements this week." "She's changing things," another says, eyes wide. "Breakfast feels different." "She's different," murmurs a third. You glance at Mr. Hughes, expecting correction, but he doesn't speak. Instead, he straightens a fork and says simply, "The crown changes too when the heart beneath it learns to breathe." Then the doors open. The Queen enters. She moves slower today, but not weakly, just with the pace of someone who finally allows herself to feel the moment instead of commanding it. Her gown is cream, simple and soft, her only adornment a small silver brooch shaped like a lily. "Good morning," she says. "Good morning, Your Majesty," replies the room in a tone so natural it almost feels like conversation. Her eyes go straight to the tree. "Ah," she says softly, smiling. "It listened." She crosses the room without waiting for assistance and stands beside it, the sunlight wrapping her in its warmth. She leans close, studying the single unopened bud. "You've done well," she whispers, not to the staff, but to the tree. "Mr. Hughes," she says, "when it blooms, I want the blossom placed in a cup, not a vase. Something humble." "Yes, ma'am?" She turns toward the table, her movements unhurried. When she sits, it's with a kind of graceful exhaustion, the weight of years settling lightly over her shoulders. "Let's have something simple today," she says. "Honey and tea, and perhaps half a lemon." "Half, ma'am?" She nods. The other half belongs to the tree. The butler bows, hiding a smile. As breakfast proceeds, the Queen seems both present and far away. She stirs her tea absently, gaze often drifting to the window. You follow her eyes and notice the reflection of the lemon tree shimmering faintly in the glass, as though it's keeping her company. Between sips she speaks, slowly, thoughtfully. "Do you know," she says, "I've been thinking about the word manners. It comes from the Latin manus, for hand. Did you know that?" You nod faintly, though she's not looking at you. "It means all our rituals," she continues, "were originally meant to guide the hand, how to touch, how to hold, how to offer. But somewhere along the way we forgot the warmth of it." She looks down at her gloved fingers, flexes them slightly. "My life has been one long lesson in how not to touch. And yet everything I loved most began with a hand." Mr. Hughes looks up from the tea service. "Albert, ma'am?" She nods once, her face unreadable. "Albert, my children. Even this empire, for all its noise, was once built by hands, not crowns." She lets out a small breath, half sigh, half release. Etiquette is what remains when the touch is gone. It's the memory of warmth. Here's your historical fact. In letters written during her widowhood, Queen Victoria described shaking hands with foreign dignitaries as an act at once sacred and burdensome. She believed physical gestures carried moral weight, that touch, offered or withheld, could signify the health of an entire nation. Historians still debate whether this belief came from faith, grief, or both. She looks up again, eyes steady. "Mr. Hughes, have you ever noticed how people bow without meeting the eyes?" He hesitates. "It is considered respectful, ma'am." "It is considered safe," she corrects gently. The silence that follows feels almost holy. She takes a small bite of toast, then sets it aside. "Safety is the enemy of sincerity," she murmurs. "But I'm too old for safety now." Then softer. "I'd rather they looked at me and saw a woman who tries than a statue that doesn't blink. For a heartbeat, you forget to breathe." The words are so simple, so unguarded, they might as well be history, apologizing for itself. The Queen straightens, almost embarrassed by her own vulnerability. "Forgive me," she says quietly. "I'm getting sentimental before noon." The butler's voice is warm. "It suits the morning, ma'am." Your quirky tidbit: years later, the royal gardener noted in his journal that the Queen often visited the lemon tree in the mornings, sometimes alone, sometimes with her grandchildren. "She speaks to it," he wrote, "as though it understands, and perhaps it does." She finishes her tea and sets the cup down. The half lemon gleams faintly in the light. "Mr. Hughes," she says, "see that the gardener isn't too strict with the pruning. I've learned something about perfection." "Yes, ma'am." "It looks better when it remembers to grow crooked." The room fills with quiet laughter, but hers is the loudest and the most fragile. She rises, turns to the lemon tree one last time, and says softly, "When you bloom, don't do it quietly." Then she leaves. You stand in the golden quiet she leaves behind, the scent of citrus mingling with warm honey and dust. Outside, the bud trembles again, on the edge of blooming, patient, radiant. And you understand the Queen's breakfast table has never really been about control or display. It's been a diary written in silver and sunlight, a long meditation on how to stay human inside perfection. Tomorrow the blossom will open, and when it does, the world will smell faintly of forgiveness. You wake before the sun touches the stone, knowing somehow that this will be the day. The palace still sleeps, its corridors silent, except for the slow rhythm of wind against glass. You walk softly through the long, familiar halls toward the conservatory. The air grows warmer as you draw closer. You can smell it already, the faint, sharp sweetness of citrus before you even reach the door. When you step inside, the world seems to pause. The lemon tree has bloomed, just one flower, but what a thing it is. Pale as cream, edged in sunlight, the petals unfurling like paper, surrendering its secrets. The air around it shimmers faintly with fragrance, sweet, clean, alive. It smells like morning itself, learning to begin again. You stand still, breath caught, and whisper, "She'll want to see this." But she's already there. The Queen sits in the corner, her chair half in shadow, her hands folded lightly in her lap. You didn't hear her enter, yet she's been there all along, watching, waiting. The light touches her face softly, painting her profile in gold. She doesn't turn. "It opened," she says. "Yes, Mum?" I knew it would. There's no pride in her voice, only peace. She rises slowly, her joints stiff but steady. Each step she takes toward the tree sounds like the measure of a life approaching its own reflection. When she reaches the flower, she bends slightly, bringing her face close enough to breathe it in. She closes her eyes. "Do you smell that, Mr. Hughes?" The butler stands a respectful distance behind her. "Yes, Your Majesty." "It's gentle," she murmurs, "as if the air itself has forgiven me." He bows his head. "Ma'am, the air has always been kind to you." She opens her eyes, smiling faintly. "No, Hughes, it only pretended until now." The room fills with light, slow, liquid light, spilling through the high glass panes. Dust motes drift through it like pollen. The lemon blossom trembles slightly in the breeze, releasing another pulse of scent. The Queen turns toward the table where her breakfast waits. Tea, toast, a small dish of honey, and beside them, the other half of yesterday's lemon. "Half a fruit," she says softly. "Half a life. I've learned that's enough." She sits. The butler pours her tea. She doesn't touch it immediately, just watches the steam curl upward, fingers resting lightly on the saucer. Then quietly she says, "When I was young, I thought order would save me. I believed if I could keep the world still, I would not lose anyone." You hear her voice tremble, just slightly. But the stillness was only silence, and silence is just another kind of loss. She looks out toward the lemon tree again, its single blossom glowing in the light. It took a long time to learn that the world doesn't need to be perfect to be good. Here's your historical fact. Late in her life, Queen Victoria's private writings reveal a profound shift in tone. Her strict formalism softened into reflection, even humility. In one note found years later, she wrote, "I see now that gentleness is not weakness, but the last defense of the strong." Historians still argue whether she meant it for her empire or for herself. The Queen takes a small sip of tea. The lemon slice drifts near her lips, a bright sun on porcelain. "It's strange," she says quietly, "to spend a life teaching the world to bow, and end it learning how to bend." Mr. Hughes clears his throat, his voice unusually thick. "You've never bowed to anyone, ma'am." "Oh, I have," she says. "Every morning, to the day itself." The silence that follows is soft, immense. After a while, she sets her cup down and gestures toward the window. "When the blossom falls, let it rest where it lands. Don't cut it, don't press it, let it fade." "Yes, Your Majesty." "It will die beautifully," she adds, more to herself than to anyone else. She closes her eyes for a moment, breathing deeply. Do you know, Hughes, I think I've come to like mornings best of all. They arrive without apology. He smiles faintly. Then perhaps, ma'am, so should we. The Queen looks at him, really looks, and nods once. Thank you. You realize she's not thanking him for service, or loyalty, or routine. She's thanking him for bearing witness, for seeing her as more than a figure at the head of a table. The light grows brighter, warmer. You can feel the day blooming outside, the sound of distant birds carrying faintly through the open window. The Queen rises once more. She walks to the lemon tree and touches the flower lightly with her gloved hand. It's strange, she whispers. I've lived surrounded by ceremony, and yet this. She breathes in the air. This is the only crown I ever needed. She turns, smiling at you and Mr. Hughes, and the light frames her like memory made flesh. Let's go, she says softly. Leave the breakfast, leave the flower, let the room keep them both. You watch her walk away, the faint rustle of silk fading down the corridor until it merges with the sound of the morning. And in the silence she leaves behind, the lemon tree trembles once more. A single petal loosens, drifts downward through the sunlight, and lands gently on the untouched saucer of tea. It floats there, delicate and complete, a small, perfect act of surrender. You breathe in. The scent is clean and sweet and fleeting. And you understand, finally, what her breakfast table has always been, not an altar to control, but a ritual of remembering. Remembering to pause, to breathe, to forgive, to begin again, one morning at a time. And now, as the palace grows quiet again, you can let the story fade. The Queen's tea cools in its cup. The lemon blossom releases the last of its scent. Outside, the first bees of the day hum through the garden, tracing invisible paths through sunlight and time. You sit for a moment longer, eyes half closed, listening to the soft rhythm of the world returning to itself, the echo of silver, the sigh of linen, the rustle of leaves, each sound gentler than the one before. You think of her now, the woman who built empires before breakfast, who learned, in the end, that mercy could be poured like tea. That etiquette at its heart was never about perfection. It was about patience. Maybe you can feel it too, that quiet shift inside you. The way stillness feels different now, not heavy, but kind. The way the scent of lemon carries something like hope. You imagine the table standing empty, sunlight warming the silver, the air soft with memory. The flower still floats in its cup, its reflection trembling like a slow heartbeat on the surface of tea. You let your own breath match its rhythm, in and out, in and out. The day outside continues, careless and infinite. But here, for now, there's peace. You remember her last words? Simple, human, perfect. Let it rest. And you do. So close your eyes, let the quiet hold you. Feel the warmth fade gently around you, the scent of honey and lemon drifting into dream. The world is still here. Soft. Forgiven.